happened in the prior year. We think forward more. So that's really not like voting business, but it is business. And because you have so many people together, there's a depth to that conversation that's different than the average athletic director meeting in October or the presidents and chancellors meeting in October. We do have some very specific things to take care of, and then you never know what may arise that week. So it's a combination of celebration, of real business activity, important decision making, and then strategic thinking for the future. I think that's a really important convening.
See our whole interview with Greg Sankey tonight on our YouTube channel. It'll drop this evening. Remember to give us a thumbs up and like and subscribe while you're there. I expect next week to be chopped full of big news items out of these meetings.
Well, the strategic thinking for the future is what interested me, because in that would be how many conference games do you have in the future? Are we not going to have divisions? Like everybody assumes we're not going to have division. I think it's a safe assumption, but I don't know that the SEC's ever said, okay, we're not having divisions when Texas and Oklahoma. I don't think they've ever made that announcement. So I'm sure that's something you're going to have to vote on.
I wonder if expansion is something they talk about.
I don't think so yet.
It feels like you're quick there, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would hope not. I mean, I think 16 is a massive league, but most people believe this thing's going to get to 18 or 20. Somebody on the show last week said that the magic number is 20.
Yeah, but I mean, you've got to at least be prepared. I mean, you hate to also stick your head in the sand and say, even if they expand, we don't want to. I mean, you got to be prepared and kind of know where everybody stands, because that's something you may have to act quick on, you know?
Yeah, spring meetings are next, Goose. Thank you for that question. The things they've got to take care of is scheduling. First of all, how are we going to do it? No divisions, how many games in football for the next year, because you got to start making those plans for out-of-conference games. And more importantly, not more importantly, but also importantly, basketball. How are we going to do basketball? So how many games we're going to play? We've talked to, Nate Oates and Bruce Pearl. They got to know about the games. They've got to start trying to work out and schedule. So those are pretty big items you got to take care of.
You've brought up baseball a lot. What do you do with the SEC baseball tournament now that Texas and Oklahoma are coming in? I mean, it's beyond just football.
So all that will go on next week in Destin. Basketball happening tonight, though. Denver and the Lakers, two series that are 3-0 and 3-0 after the Heat beat the Celtics again last night. The Heat, by the way, since 2017, 1 finals, 5 Eastern Conference championships, and 0 rings so far. So this period of time has been pretty good for the Boston Celtics, except they've got nothing to show for it. They've got to win tomorrow night to keep things alive. The Lakers, with LeBron there, they do have the one championship in 2020. So not total disappointment.
Yeah, a little tainted with the bubble, but still got it.
Yeah, in the record books, it counts, right?
Yeah, I mean, 30 years from now, people may not remember it was in the bubble. We still do, and it does feel a little different there, but they still won it. It's a disappointing run for the Celtics. Like, if you're the Lakers, I feel like you knew LeBron was getting old. Now, he's not played old this year. But I don't know that you felt like you had a world championship roster here.
What they did at the break, I think Rob Pelinka and Darvin Ham believed they had a team that could win a championship the way they played down the stretch. Anytime you have Anthony Davis and LeBron on the same team, I mean, the expectation should be championship.
The final big thing today is Oregon recruiting. They got a big quarterback over the weekend, 5-star quarterback Michael Van Buren. Oh, those Van Buren boys, you got to watch out for them.
Great presidents.
Yeah. But you hold up 7? You hold up 7 fingers? Was that the sign for the Van Buren boys? Or was it 8? Was it 8?
I think it was 7.
He picks Oregon over Penn State and Maryland. He is the second best quarterback in this recruiting class, only behind Dylan Raiola, who's on his way to Georgia. So that's a pretty big get for Dan Lanning out at Oregon, the quarterback who could be following up Bo Nix next year for the guys in Eugene. That's our show today. We're back with you live again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Don't forget to set the alerts so you'll get all of our new stuff that we'll be sending out later on, including that Greg Sankey interview. With that alert turned on, you'll get a notification, boom, and you'll know we've got new content on all the platforms here at Double Down Media. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show now. Hopefully you've gone to our social media platforms at Next Round Live, because you know the word that pays today, or the phrase that pays today. That takes you back to 1990s radio, right? The phrase that pays.
I-95, 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 I-95.
Is that what it used to be?
Well, I remember you had to say how many times you could say it in 60 seconds or something like that.
But I think there was another promotion, the phrase that pays.
Phrase that pays. And there was, when I was younger, back in the 80s, which is when you were younger, Jim, back in the 80s, one station in town paid your house note, your car note, or one other note. Seemed like there were 3 different notes that you would choose if you were caller number 107 or something like that. It was you paid your house note or car note, and rolling around in the mud puddle, I was always like, "Ooh, let me call in here."
They would have loved for you to have won.
Yeah,
but can you imagine before Scrooge decided to take everyone's money? If a guy like Scrooge would have won, and you've got a $25,000 mortgage.
There probably was a limit, right?
There had to have been.
Probably was a limit.
Like, because right now Ryan Seacrest still does the Ryan will pay your bills or whatever.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, and in L.A., hell, it's no telling.
Yeah, but back in the day, you know, my monthly trailer payment was probably what, $367 or something like that.
Yeah.
They would have been like, "Yes, we'll take 2 months of yours, sir. Thank you very much."
We're going to crush this promotion now that we have got a guy in the mud puddle that won. But you know, I don't know if you remember specifically like games you were kind of addicted to, like consumer games. But Pepsi had a thing, and it was when Pepsi Free came out way back in the day. And
horrible product, but yes.
Yeah,
Pepsi Free.
well, I think it's been free for a long time
The
now.
best is the Back to the Future scene, before it goes back to 1955. What do you want? Give me a Pepsi Free. I can't give you something free unless you start a tab. What do you want?
But
Just give me
Rocky,
something
you
with
probably
sugar.
won't remember this, but on the bottle caps, you would peel back the inside top, and if you spelled Pepsi Free, then you won a certain amount of money. Well, the R was obviously the difficult one to get. Everybody had everything but the R. But we used to go to a convenience store called Woozy's up on Acton Road. We'd walk through the woods of Forest Brook, go up there, play video games, get candy, you know, Cokes, all that kind of stuff. But I'd look around the parking lot and we'd find old bottle caps and peel them. And I remember one time my brother peeled one back and he won a bike.
It was an art?
Oh, it was
just a bike straight up.
Bike. Yeah,
Oh,
they had
yeah.
straight up prizes. And I remember that was such a big deal in the neighborhood.
Yeah,
That's the kid.
that's the kid that got the bike. He's riding that free bike
Oh, that Flint stealing it from him. Oh,
at knife point.
It seemed a
Harpoon
lot more
point.
glamorous than it was, but I remember we had to go and you picked up like a gift certificate to service merchandise
Hell yes.
from the old Buffalo Rock.
And then it and they always came out on a conveyor belt, didn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
And then they have their shopping carts for like egg crate material.
So it put the device in there.
Milk crate.
Milk crate.
Like that. It was that
Yeah, no, it
hard
was something like
plastic,
that.
like hard blue plastic.
I'm losing your volume though
Oh,
That's going to be.
because I came unplugged.
Yeah.
yeah, that happens.
That's it. Yep.
Anyway,
But yeah, it was
our
shopping
phrase
carts.
that pays today. We're not going to give it to you again. You got to go check us out on social media. Taylor Corn has sent it out from a couple of places, so go like it. But it involves a big Coca-Cola package with our friends at the at Coca-Cola and the Legion tomorrow night for their big in-stadium event against the MLS Sweet 16, trying to go to the Elite Eight. So we look forward to that tomorrow night at Protective Stadium again with our friends at Bud Light. We're out at Top Golf 5 to 6 tomorrow, and then we'll walk over and cheer on the Legion tomorrow. You can get your tickets at bhmlegion.com. Goose, yes, it is a big package. I know you love that. So jump in and try to win that when we give you the phrase that pays at some point during this live show today.
Bobby is right in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. It was Alford Avenue.
Oh, not
I don't know how I
Acton
got that.
Road.
Yeah.
You've been out in the burbs too long. It was Alford, not Acton.
I'm not even close to Acton now. I don't know why I thought Acton. I guess because when I pass Alford and then I get on 459, I pass Acton.
That's
and
right.
I pass Acton more than I pass Alford now.
100% out in the burbs. We'll get to basketball right here off the bat. And our top story is going to be local here involving Alabama basketball. Before we get into that, I'll tell you that Brownie not in today. It is graduation day for a lot of people, including his lovely daughter, AK, who is graduating today. And so Brownie has got the treatment there with the gear. Remember, nextround.store for any of our gear. We will show that more than we showed mine in the middle because we need to make sure we're getting the Coca-Cola bottles in there. So we'll hit that every now and then coming back from commercial break. But no Brownie today. We've got the gear set up. So that gear is maintaining the Coca-Cola seat today on that side of the studio. Charles Bediako isn't coming back, man. Reports have him staying in the draft. 31-6 last year. The 7-foot sophomore played how big of a role, in your opinion, in that 31-6 SEC regular season, SEC tournament, and number 1 overall seed? Huge part, big part, average contributor. Where do you put? Give me a phrase that describes how important Bediako was to that team last year.
Well, I mean, you think about Alabama's defense. You know, everybody talked about the offense. Defense really good, and Bediako was one of those guys. I don't want to necessarily call him a rim protector. He is a straight-up 7-footer, but he's an athletic guy. I thought I saw massive improvement. The numbers weren't much different from year 1 to year 2. It just looked like he was more comfortable. And I am shocked he is not coming back because at best, Bediako will be a G leaguer for the next 2 or 3 years. Maybe he'll have some kind of massive.
You can't find a place on a roster for a 7-footer to, let's say he's in Denver and Jokic gets in foul trouble and has to come out for 3 minutes a game or just to rest for 4 minutes a game. Is that not a guy you could put in to protect if you've got a big in the NBA? An Embiid or somebody like that to go in and just play a little D?
The problem is you want a guy that actually, and he can defend multiple positions, but, he's not a guy that you would actually call I don't know. I just don't think he's going to be, at least right now in his career, a guy that is going to be able to defend some of the other bigs. And the bigger problem is the guy can't score. I mean, you're averaging less than 7 points a game for the number 1 team when you've got other options out there. And look, and I know he probably, he shot 66% from the field, so he was effective, but he's not going to be a scorer. I just thought his game needed more refining. And I think coming back would have been the best decision for Bediako.
Anytime I would go watch him, and his improvement from 2 years ago to last year was noticeable. I think Alabama fans would agree with that, right? I mean, tremendous improvement from 1 year to the next on how he ran the floor, his speed, his movement. But I never looked at Charles and said, that guy's fluid. Fluidity never came to mind for me. His movement around the floor seemed to was not effortless. It seemed he had to urge himself to move down the floor a little bit, as a lot of big men do.
But I mean, there were points like, the only Alabama game I went to was the Kentucky game, and Sheboy, Bediako pretty much shut him down.
Owned him in that game, so, absolutely.
There are moments, and that's the thing, and I don't know what advisors are telling Bediako. All it takes is one to say, hey, you're going to go in the second round. But to me, Bediako could have come back, could have made NIL money. I think it would have been big for Nate Oates to have that presence, because they don't have a lot in the front court right now. And I understand, obviously, Brandon Miller is going to be one of the top 3 picks in this draft. I understand, Noah Clowney coming out. Clowney's probably going to be a late first-round guy. I know Sears and Quinterly are still playing with this. I think the best decision for those guys is to come back.
They're expected to come back, Mark Sears and Javon Quinterly. Bediako, according to reports, is staying. Obviously, Brandon Miller's a lottery pick, and Clowney is a first-round draft pick, so those guys are staying. You lose Jaden Bradley, who is now at Arizona, and Amari Burnett, who is now at Michigan. So those are the ones that have left. But coming in, you've got Sam Walters, Chris Parker, who were both top 100 guys. And then you've got Aaron Estrada, who was, the Colonial Player of the Year, whatever he was.
Yeah, for Hofstra, yeah.
Yeah, so you have those guys coming in. But I think, and I saw someone in the chat room nailed this. It's Brody right there. He was a huge part of the defense. Pringle is the only true front court player left on Alabama. How much is Nick Pringle? Now, obviously, Nate Oates is going to, I guess try to still address this in the portal, but Nick Pringle, who I think had moments last year, you guys would agree, Nick Pringle looked really good at times. He develops a much more important role for this team next year. His minutes have to go up.
Well, obviously. But Pringle, as you said, he had moments. He still wasn't what Bediako was.
He wasn't. I mean, I thought he wasn't what Bediako was, but I thought he had some moments where he looked pretty good.
Yeah, but, I don't know what is so the kid that is coming in from Cal State Fullerton, the right cell kid.
Yeah.
I don't even know what position he plays.
4?
Is he a 4?
I don't know. I was guessing.
I'll tell you right now. But obviously they need some size.
Yeah, and that's something Nate will still try to address in the portal. Jace writes in, if Robert Williams' lazy self can find a roster spot, then so can Bediako. But I agree with Lance. He's G League at best.
Yeah, but, Robert Williams at least was an offensive factor when he played collegiately for Tennessee.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see about Bediako. I'm pulling for the kid. I just think I think it would have been big for Alabama and big for Bediako to come back.
Smuff says Pringle's shorter, power forward instead of a center role, a true center like Bediako is. Brody helping us out, 6'3" guard is what writes from it. So he's not a 4, Jim. I was just guessing because you brought it into the conversation.
No, Estrada and right cell both guards. So.
So it's Sears and Quinterly.
Yeah, not going to be a big roster, it looks like.
Hey, run the floor, right? Shoot the threes. Bobby Janai Broom talking about it blows him away, these kids who leave college to end up in the G League, Sharif, J.T. Thor, Bediako, if Janai Broom leaves, etc. We'll get word on Broom. He was flirting on social media the other night about which decision to make. I felt him playing that way. I thought that was his way of sort of opening the door for him to come back to Auburn. We'll see what Janai Broom ends up doing there. That's a little NBA draft update before we actually get to the NBA that impacted Alabama here locally, could impact Auburn with Janai Broom. May 31st is the deadline to pull yourself out of the NBA draft. They allow you to go through the entire process and then at the 11th hour pull yourself out. And so that is something that is still ongoing in the basketball world. Before LT tells you about Redmont, obviously, if you're not in the Birmingham area, you don't know what the forecast looks like. This is not a smock. I don't know what I would call this. I don't even know what brand it is. But this is sort of a little rain gear that I have on golf. Wore this into work today because it was pouring.
Man, I told you I'm doing a little West Coast trip coming up tonight, and this is so weird, Rocky. So it's going to be. It's 95 in Vegas, okay, which is awful. And I'm going to be there for 2 nights, and then I'm going to L.A. where it's going to be in the 50s. And I suck at packing to begin with. One of the reasons I don't like traveling, I don't like flying, and I don't like packing. I'm one of the worst packers ever.
Me too.
And to pack to those extremes, I don't even know what to do.
Well, that's where I made the mistake going to Arizona is I just looked at Phoenix and didn't take into going up to the elevation. So I just – I thought I was going to, I'm going to lay this out.
Well, I would,
and I'm not going to take any extra stuff because I usually take too much. And so I sort of planned it out for the entire trip and then get out there, and some of the highs are in the 60s and the lows were in the 30s, and I was not prepared. So I would double pack. I'd pack for the heat and the cold.
I would say, which city are you going to spend the least time outside? I would say you're going to spend the least time outside in Vegas.
Oh, yeah. You walk.
Yeah. So then I would pack for a cold.
Well, I say that. I probably tomorrow all I will do is lay out at the pool all day.
But Vegas is a walking town, right? You don't Uber a lot if you're staying on the strip.
Well, it's just it's a pain in the ass to Uber. Like, Ubering a mile or two from casino to casino takes forever.
Takes an hour.
Yeah, and you might as well just walk it. But 95, and they do have the misters right there on the boulevard. Yeah. But still, it is just so hot. So it's one of those things that, I wish it was a Saturday. I don't know. Wednesday we've typically got Major League Baseball day games, right? Yeah, I think we've got some businessman specials on Wednesday. So probably play some early baseball games and just hit the pool.
Huh. Sounds like a plan for LT. If you haven't noticed, he is tripping to Vegas. Rough'em. What a beautiful disaster that could turn into. Has Taylor hit you up to provide us any social media of your trip to Las Vegas?
Jay Pierce says, no, she hasn't yet. I'll leave for Newport Beach on Thursday. Let me know if you want to go to Disneyland with me and Kaylee, the mini meteorologist.
Yeah.
Disneyland is a shithole. Just let me go on and say that.
Well, don't ruin it.
Well, I just want to go on and give him a heads up.
Their
Where he's
little,
prepared.
their little girl may be watching.
Lance gave me a heads up. Now you got somebody offended behind me.
It's better Knott's Farm, though.
Well, I mean, Disney World better than Disneyland.
Yes.
Disney World is better than Disneyland, but
Yes.
Disneyland is not a shithole.
Sorry,
Oh,
Lunsford.
Lunsford. Man, we've got to get a camera.
When's the last time you went to Disneyland, Lance?
Well,
Exactly.
okay, with that said, it has been 25 years.
Exactly.
So they've improved it in 25 years?
Oh, they've done a ton of work on it. They've improved it since I started going 5 years ago.
But I thought the difference was Disneyland was sort of
I mean, it's not Disney World.
Disney World is like open and clean all the time. Disneyland more congested, crowded, and dirty.
Homeless
No.
problem.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
it's not as big a property. I mean, Disney World is all those different parks, all those different resorts.
Right.
Disneyland is not necessarily that, but I mean, the park is perfectly fine. They've redone it. They've built a whole new Marvel area. I mean, it's
Okay.
it's in the park. It's no different than being in the park.
Okay,
at one of the parks at
Okay,
Disney
so
World.
it's not more crowded on the walkways and stuff and dirtier?
No, I mean, it'll be shoulder to shoulder this weekend at Disney World. It's no different at Disneyland.
Okay.
Now, I just, again, you're right, Lunsford. I haven't been in a while, but I have talked to people that have been, and they share my sentiment that Disney World much better than Disneyland. Disneyland.
Well, no,
Kinda
it is.
ratty.
I agree with that.
Well, I mean, he's agreeing with that, but he doesn't like your characterization that Disneyland is a, how'd you put it?
A shithole.
Shithole.
Mildly put it.
But a good time to remind you, Jay Pear and Little Meteorologist, if the little one is watching, Disneyland.
Shithole.
How would she pronounce it?
Shithole. Go to a shithole.
She'll think that's a ride at Disneyland by the time LT's done with her today.
But back to Vegas, I can't spend more than 2 days there. So the last 3 times I've been to Vegas, I've booked 72-hour trips, and I have left on the 3rd day just because I couldn't take it anymore. So I'm going to try to be a little bit reserved. I should have done Vegas on the back end of this trip, but I'm going to try to be a little reserved this time.
I agree with several of you who are saying if you live in this part of the country, you should always choose world over land.
Yeah, I mean,
World
why
over
would you
land.
not? I mean, you could do it. I think we don't have any directs to L.A. I think we've got directs to Orlando still, though.
But if we are watching the show in Europe or Japan today, do we choose? Is Japan always? Do they fly in and tour Disneyland? Because Disney World. I mean, every time I'm there, it is a melting pot of the world.
It is, but if you want to make a trip out of it, and it's not just Disney, then go to California. I mean, by far and away. Plus, if you're coming from Japan, it's closer. But I mean, Disney World as just itself is better. If you want to make a trip of go to LA and all that kind of stuff, then go to
Well,
Disneyland.
see, I think that's what it is. I think Laurel, your wife, loves L.A., and
Yeah.
so while you're there, why not hit
Go
up
down to Anaheim for a
Disneyland?
couple of days, yeah.
By the way, you can in Florida, you can just go to a local convenience store and wait for something crazy to happen with Florida Man. Right? You're going to see trash on the table happen. So you can get Disney and Florida Man all in one trip there in Orlando. So don't hit
Yeah.
the Florida tourism money.
And Goose, Euro Disney went out of business.
There's
pretty sure.
one in Paris, I believe.
All right, Redmond Vodka. Chris Lowe in the next segment. I got to the weather if you're watching us because here in the Birmingham area, rainy today. SEC baseball tournament's supposed to start. We'll keep you updated on that. Alabama was supposed to go at 4:30. Auburn after that, but forecast is only good for baseball in a dome so far. We'll see what the Hoover Met ground crew can end up getting done today.
It is inevitable. It rains every year during the SEC baseball tournament.
Outdoor baseball in the
Yeah.
spring, man. It happens. Redmond Vodka, though, if you're in a rain delay, that can get you through it.
It can. Hey, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Ask for it by name. It's available in 22 states now. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It is vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. Available at your local package stores, including Pink Package, The Beverage Place, also ABC stores. Again, ask for it by name. Redmont Vodka.
Denver sweeps the Lakers. We'll get Laker fans' reaction after we talk college football with Chris Lowe. That's coming up. And part of the conversation will be a precarious situation for the Pac-12. Chris Lowe will address that and a lot more when we come back right here on The Next Round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards, and there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
Back with you on the Next Round. Nick, Lakers lost for ULT. We'll get back to that coming up. Our friends at MyBookie want you to get into the game tonight. You got Denver sweeping the Lakers last night. Boston tries to stay alive tonight. The Lakers couldn't do it. Miami tonight, 7:30 on TNT for that. And Major League Baseball's in full swing as well. Yesterday, the Dodgers got the Braves. MyBookie is going to be your one-stop shop for all your betting needs throughout the baseball season. Lock in futures on your favorite team to win the World Series or take advantage of crazy boosted odds via MyBookie's money bag. MyBookie makes it simple for you to sign up and play. You bet, you win, and they pay. Sign up today at MyBookie and use the promo code NEXTROUND to secure a first deposit bonus of up to $1,000. It's simple. Deposit $200 and play with $300 instantly. Just use the promo code NEXTROUND to claim your bonus. Whether you're a diehard or a casual fan, simply put, there's never been a better time to start exploring the world of online sports betting than with MyBookie. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag. You wished you had been in Truist last night to watch Dodgers and Braves, but a big step out today, right? You got a big guy being called up?
Yeah, so last night the Dodgers, they had one of their rookie guys on the hill, Gavin Stone, did not pitch well, but Bobby Miller's going to make his debut today. Urias, May, both on injured reserve right now, and this is a kid that was drafted in the first round in 22, so making that debut. It was an offensive onslaught last night.
Freddie Freeman with the 3-run home run back in Atlanta. That was the difference in the game. Put him ahead.
Yeah, J.D. Martinez had 2 homers for the Dodgers. Dodgers were down on 4-0 hole. Charlie Morton did not pitch well last night for the Braves, but, the 2 best teams in the National League, 2 more games to go.
Yeah, they'll go again tonight, 6:20. That game's on TBS. I know as a Braves fan, not as easy as it used to be. Sometimes it's on different valleys here or there, or TBS or FS1 or wherever. It's TBS tonight for you Braves fans, Dodgers and Braves. Baltimore and the Yankees, Orioles and Yankees start playing a series tonight. And Tampa Bay, my team, still in first place with Toronto again. Last night they hit 3 more home runs, Lance. They've got 94 home runs already this year. They had 139 last season.
It's amazing that by the break, your team is already going to have more home runs than they had all of last season. Yeah. And, I asked Buster this last week. Did you ever think, with this organization as good as they've been, did you ever think they would lead the majors in home runs? And he was like, no.
No, especially in that ballpark and the way they spin, usually a bunch of slap hitters. They go at 540 today. We'll talk more baseball later in the show, including the improving Chicago White Sox of Scott Forrester. That is later in the show. Chris Lowe talks college football with us in just a second. But Brett McMurphy sent out a tweet earlier today about what Washington State is doing, Lance, and this is something we'll ask Chris about as well, but it's an alarming tweet from Brett McMurphy on what is happening at Washington State. The Pac-12 apparently has got a little shortfall in money because one media partner overpaid, and they're having to give some of that money back. And the relocation out of the high-rent district of San Francisco has opened the door for them to have to spend some more money. So here is Brett McMurphy. Washington State's president says at Washington State, temporary freeze on all current and future vacant positions and further review, as well as a pause on non-essential travel, purchases, and new professional development. That's an alarming thing from the Washington State president and their athletic department. Let's talk a little on-the-field college football with Chris Lowe. But first, Chris, I want to get your reaction. You follow the landscape of college athletics the last few years, how it's been moving very fast. When you see that information coming from the Pac-12's Washington State athletic program, does that ring any alarm bells with you about where the Pac-12 is financially right now?
It should. It's I think when there's this big a gap and the kind of revenue that the Big Ten and the SEC are going to bring in compared to some of these other schools, and now the Pac-12 is hanging out there with a TV contract that's pretty flimsy at best. You're losing your flagship schools from LA, UCLA, and USC. Yeah, I mean, and there's a possibility that Oregon and Washington may follow. So absolutely. I mean, we're talking about real dollars, and I don't care what anybody says. When you lose schools of that magnitude, your TV contract again is sort of in flux. That's going to scare a lot of administrators, and not just at Washington State, because as you guys know, it takes a lot of money to play big time athletics across the board. We're not just talking about football, because remember, football at just about every one of these schools is the engine that drives the entire athletic department. So yeah, I think it should send up warning flags for everybody. And I think we're already headed down that slope, guys. I really believe this. I've said it many times that college football within 4, 5, 6 years is going to look so different to all of us than what it does right now. I think there's going to be one big conglomerate, whether you split up into conferences or whatever, of the quote unquote super division of college football programs playing in its own league, its own commissioner, its own set of governance, its own structure and how to deal with NIL. I think all that's going to happen at some point. Now, I don't think that's going to happen in a year or two. And I think it will come in waves as schools leave one conferences and try to figure out how to get in others.
But I do think that's where we're headed in college football.
One conference that does not worry about money is the SEC, and we know in 2024 you got 2 new members coming in Oklahoma and Texas. Texas hasn't won the Big 12 since 2009. Oklahoma's coming off a 6-7. I mean, what should we expect from them coming from an average conference in the Big 12 to coming into the SEC? I mean, do you expect Texas and Oklahoma to be 2 teams that ultimately will be playing in Atlanta, playing for SEC championships in the next 5 years?
They come from football-centric. Their schools are football-centric. I think we all would agree on that. Texas and Oklahoma are willing to do and will do and have done whatever it takes to be big-time football programs. You're right. They have not played. So Oklahoma has been a pretty main player in the playoff over the last 8 years. Now, Venables is just sort of getting started and trying to sort of put in bring in his culture and his program there. Texas has been the school, I think, probably most frustrating to everybody that follows college sports, because every year they're supposedly back, and they haven't been back for a long time. Do I think they can compete? Yeah, I do think they can compete because they have everything in place to compete. They both have great recruiting, fertile recruiting grounds around them. They have great tradition. They've got resources. They've got money. They've got a fan base and booster base that, again, are willing to pony up, spend the kind of money now, especially in the NIL world, that it's going to take to play at a high level. Can they do it immediately and withstand the grind of the SEC? I don't know that. I think that's going to take a while. I don't think what that's like. And I know people around the country say, it's overrated, the grind of the SEC. No, it's not overrated. Ask anybody who's coached in the SEC and coached in other leagues, and they will tell you that making it through the SEC and being consistent and sustaining that from September to the end of November is as difficult as there anything in college football. So I think that's going to be a bit of an awakening for Texas and Oklahoma. I do think that they have what it takes. It just may take a while.
It's funny. We were just talking to Hugh Freeze about that last week at a golf event here, how close he was at Ole Miss a couple of times to getting to Atlanta. Individual plays still haunt him. And LT was joking with him, do you ever go back and watch it? And he said no, in a different phrasing of the words there. It is a grind. When everyone gets down to the SEC meetings coming up here in a few days down in Destin, do you think we will leave Destin knowing what the football and the basketball schedule and breakup will look like, whether they announce it or not? Do you think they leave that meetings knowing exactly what it's going to look like when the expanded conference?
Well, especially with football, gosh, I sure hope so. I'm tired of talking about it. I'm tired of hearing all the debating and potential models. I'm sure you guys are too. Haven't we talked about it and discussed it and had enough conversations to figure out what that schedule should look like in 24? I still think they're going to 9 games in the SEC. I know there's discussion on both sides still. I know some schools would rather stay at 8. And I understand some of those arguments. Let's take South Carolina as an example. If you're South Carolina, you play Clemson every year, and you're always going to play Clemson. So if you go to 9 SEC games, then you have Clemson. That's 10 really hard games every year. And if you want to venture outside that model and play, say, North Carolina, Carolina plays North Carolina this year, that's difficult in the SEC to play 11 games of that magnitude. So I get that from a team like South Carolina's perspective, but I still think for the good of the conference, the greater good, the fact that a night game is going to produce, without question in my mind, added revenue for everybody, a 9th SEC game. And I also think 9 games, guys, is just much more representative of a conference. Don't you guys want to see Florida and Auburn play more often?
Yes.
Georgia and Alabama more often, Tennessee and Auburn more often. Georgia's never played a game at Kyle Field, never. A&M came in the league in 2012. So I think 9 games, when you can split up and have 3 permanent and 6 rotating, where you're going to play those 6 a lot more often. Plus, and let's use Georgia again as an example, if you go to 3 permanent in a 9-game format, Georgia can still play Florida and Auburn every year. 2 rivalries that mean a ton to all those schools. And you don't miss out on that Georgia Auburn game every year. Tennessee, Alabama, for instance. Alabama can play Tennessee every year, and they can still play LSU every year. If you go to 1-7 in an 8-game format, you stay at 8, you're going to lose some of those rivalries. So I think it's a win-win for everybody if you go to 9. And I'm like you guys. I'm ready for them to announce it, and I do think that's the direction they're going to end up going. I think Greg Sankey would like 9.
Yeah.
He's not. Greg's too smart, too savvy to come out and say that publicly, but I think he feels like for the conference and for a lot of the reasons that I just spelled out, 9 makes the most sense.
For those that watch us all over the country, we love having Chris on because as a guy who both on the record and off the record, he spends a great deal of time with Nick Saban compared to other reporters. So when Nick came out and said what he said about Alabama's 3 permanent opponents possibly being Alabama, Tennessee, and LSU, some people have taken that as he's not in favor of 9 games. I think I'm correct about this, but correct me if I'm wrong. He's in favor of not only 9, he's mentioned 10 before. Just because he said that doesn't mean he doesn't want to sort of increase the SEC schedule. Am I right about that?
No, you're right. Nick's gosh, I can remember standing with him in Destin 8 years ago, 7 years ago, and him talking about, hey, it's time we go to 9 games. One of the reasons, and I didn't spell this one out, one of the reasons Nick says, hey, he likes 9 games, he said we need to do that for the fans. The fans are going to quit coming to games that don't really mean a lot, to the games that are essentially bye games. And with every game on television now, I think he's right. Even a program like Alabama that has won as much as they have, fans want to come to games that matter. And that's why a 9th game would matter. Now, I don't think Nick is real fired up about playing Tennessee, LSU. Who was their third member they were going to play? Auburn, Tennessee, LSU. I would say this, sort of poking some fun at Nick Saban. I bet you he wouldn't have brought up Tennessee in that conversation 3 or 4 years ago. So my point is things change quickly in the SEC. What seems like a really tough permanent opponent right now may not be the case 3 years from now or 4 years from now. And what doesn't seem like a really tough permanent opponent may be a tough permanent opponent 3 or 4 years. The SEC, as you guys know, very cyclical. It can change in a hurry. Coaches come and go. I think with the transfer portal, it's going to be, I wouldn't say easier, but I think teams can make up ground quicker, being able to go and get players and fill gaps in the transfer portal. You look at what Lane has done at Ole Miss. He's really done a good job of that. And Hugh at Auburn. I mean, to flip the roster, and of course the proof's going to be in the pudding. We'll see how those guys play on the field this year and how the team plays, how it comes together. But he and his staff have done a really good job of going out and getting guys that have played and have experience to try to fill in the gaps. And there are a lot of gaps on that roster.
We'll be in Nashville in 2 months for SEC Media Days. And for the last decade plus, everybody that voted just had Alabama winning the West. I think it's going to be fascinating this year. I mean, if you had to take a gut guess at who the media picks to win the West, do you think it's LSU or Alabama?
Yeah, I think the media, when I say the media, I include myself in that. I think we are guilty of last impressions the season before a lot of times. And who's bringing a marquee quarterback back. And LSU is bringing a guy, Jaden Daniels, who was probably as improved a football player the last half of the season as anybody in the league. And then Alabama still has a big question mark at quarterback. So I think that reason alone, the fact LSU just got better and better and better last year as the season went on, probably they're going to be the choice to win. But when you go back and look at and I'll again include myself in that category, our track record of picking the SEC champion and who's going to play the championship at those media days, it's been pretty awful, really pretty lousy, to be honest with you, which I think, again, says a lot about the league and just how unpredictable it is. And, we guys, top 25, same way. I look at the preseason top 25s, and almost always you look at, boy, that team really closed strong last year. Well, to me, that's never really indicative of what a team is going to do the next year. It really isn't. Maybe every once in a while, but rarely it isn't, because we don't know who's going to get injured. We don't know who's going to be sort of next year's or this year's Jaden Daniels. We don't know what freshmen are going to step in and just be junior and senior type players right away. There's a lot of things like that you just never know. But I wouldn't count out the Crimson Tide. I don't think Nick has lost his fastball. And I think that, as I said the other day, we were talking about this. I think hearing some of the things we've heard about Bama and the quarterback issues, maybe this is not the same Bama. There's cracks in the foundation. The dynasty's over. I think Nick would refer to that as yummy rat poison. So I can promise you that not that that's something that he sort of harps on, but I can promise you inside that building, it's well known what's been said about Alabama and where they are or where they're not as a football program heading into 2023.
And go look at the pictures of his trip to Italy when he bumped into fans and alums over there. He looked refreshed, younger, and ready to go for this upcoming year. I got to ask you, thanks for joining us on Zoom. When we switched to this, 16, 17, 18 months ago, this is what we dreamed of, and we appreciate you being one of the guys who now joins us on Zoom. So we always look at behind you, and there's a Larry Bird jersey on there. You're a Missouri guy who's in Tennessee, but Larry Bird hangs on your wall. Tell me your love for Larry Bird.
Yeah, well, I'm sort of a product of the 80s. I grew up watching basketball late 70s and 80s, and if you watch the NBA, and boy, what a blessing that was for me to be able to watch the NBA during that era with Bird and Magic and Jordan, and Kareem and Dr. J, and just the bad boys. I think that was the golden era. Now I'm 58. That was the golden era of the NBA. But no, I love going back to when Bird, Magic played. I'm a huge Magic fan too. In '79 in the national championship game, I just following their careers and watching that rivalry and seeing it blossom. And I love the way they both played the game. And that's my thing. I still go back and watch highlights. My son is 23 and he likes the NBA, and they talk, you talk about LeBron and all the great players now, and the argument, and I've never thought you could compare eras, to be honest with you guys. But, well, this player's better than that player, or Bird couldn't play then now, or Magic. Listen, Larry Bird could play in any era with any player, any style he wanted to. In fact, I think he would be a better player now, would shoot more three-pointers, would score more points. And I don't know, LeBron might be close. I don't know that I've ever seen in my lifetime a better passing small forward or better passing big man than Larry Bird. So I just love the way he played the game. And I love that era of the NBA period. I just love the way the game was played. You didn't have a foul called if you blew hard on somebody. Can you imagine? You remember some of those Lakers Celtics games?
Yes. Guys
would get clotheslined. And I'm not saying the game should be played like that. Guys would get clotheslined. Our friend Barkley, there's a great story in the huddle right before they went out on the court in the last 2 minutes of the game, and he looked everybody in the eyes. He said, "No layups," meaning if somebody got a free pathway to the hoop, you took them out. The game's not played like that anymore. It was a lot more physical than it is right now. But I just love that era of the league, the way they passed the basketball, and how it wasn't sort of just the pick and roll, shoot the three type of game. But Bird to me is. I always tell people again, I'm showing my age. In my lifetime, the three athletes, my favorite three athletes, the athletes I admire the most and got the most enjoyment out of watching play, were Larry Bird, Roger Staubach, and Henry Aaron. And I'm so grateful that I had a chance to see all three of those guys play, in the 70s and on in the 80s. And to this day, those are the three that I sort of measure everybody else by.
He's Chris Lowe. He's the senior writer for ESPN, ESPN.com. You see him on the TV side. Read his stuff. Follow him on Twitter as well. Chris, we always appreciate your time, man. Enjoy the rest of this, and good luck on the travels this summer. We'll see you up in Nashville for SEC Media Days, okay?
You bet, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, Chris Lowe there, an extended little interview with him on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, JohnstonRVCenter.com for all your travels going on. The style of play back then, I love the documentary about the Bad Boys and how, Bill Laimbeer, I think to this day, is the most hated player ever to play in the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, Rick Mahorn was right there with him. Rodman, I mean, those Detroit Pistons teams were relentless. I agree with Chris, man. I loved, that was back in the day where you typically, and we talked about this yesterday, you kind of chose, were you a Laker or were you a Celtic? And most of my friends were Celtics fans, which I loved. But, I mean, those were just incredible finals, and I thought we were going to see it this year, but apparently not.
We did not. At least the Lakers won't be there. It doesn't look like the Celtics will be there either. But Hemphill will be there for you when it comes to your air conditioning this time of year. Time to get it checked. before you roll out into the triple digits.
Yeah, we know the Birmingham weather is just always fluctuating. You never know what you're going to get. You want to make sure that HVAC is up and running the right way. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call. When you mention the next round, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Clay Travis and Ben Mintz still to come. We will jump back into LT's reaction on the Lakers last night and a lot of college football news, including big news this week for LSU leading into their opener with Florida State. One more player that could help LSU get back to Atlanta. That all part of the conversation over the next couple hours right here on The Next Round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Don't miss your chance to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Open 24/7, so come on in for non-stop gaming action. You'll find the latest, hottest, most exciting games around. And you'll love the fun bonuses and big jackpots. Plus, you can watch and wager on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. Your best bet for big wins is just minutes away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, where you can be a winner too. Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Again, one big story if you missed it. Charles Bediako, according to reports, staying in the NBA draft. If that changes at any point, y'all let me know. We'll make this cloudy day go a different direction. I was thinking Bediako was going to be back in Tuscaloosa. He apparently is not. That's one news on the basketball. We'll get to the NBA results last night. LT watched him until the bitter end. His love affair with the Lakers is back on. Your love affair without going out and seeing America with our friends at Johnston RV can really kick off with Memorial Day coming this weekend. Be ready to get lost in the great outdoors with a new or used RV from Johnston RV Center. New 2023 travel trailers from just $179 a month, fifth wheels, from $439 a month, 10% down approved credit. See dealer for complete details on both of those great deals. And military discount for all active and retired military personnel. We also have their Last Blast sales event through Memorial Day weekend to sell all the remaining 2022 models at the lowest prices, plus their exclusive lifetime warranty. It includes on all the new campers and used campers 2 years old or newer. You can get it all with our friends at Johnston RV Center, both locations up the road off to I-65, and check them out online at johnstonrvcenter.com for all the details, johnstonrvcenter.com there. So the Lakers lose last night. It's a sweep. Biggest moment of the game to me, three-pointer from Jokic with about 2:45 to play, step back over the top of his head, three that hits nothing but the bottom of the net. That put them up 5. And that was the moment I was like, Nuggets going to win this thing.
Degree of difficulty on that shot, not as much as it was in game 2 to end the third quarter. But, I mean, this team, I got to give them credit. And, look, I'm going to be pulling for Denver whether they're playing the Celtics or the Heat. I like the makeup of this Denver team, but they came out and they played like assassins last night. I mean, they were getting run off the court. They gave up 73 in the first half.
Down 15 at the half.
Yeah, and, Mike Malone decided, look, we're going to limit what we've got on the bench. We're only going to play 7, and our starters are going to grind out minutes. And they continue to grind, and you got production from Aaron Gordon. Jamal Murray was absolutely fantastic this series and just made big shot after big shot. And Jokic is Jokic. I mean, he's got 9 triple-doubles in this postseason, the most ever, breaking Wilt Chamberlain's 8, decades and decades ago. But this Denver team's just, they were just a much better team than the Lakers. And to me, Denver is the best team in the NBA right now. They're going to go on. They're going to win the championship. They're going to be hosting the Heat. Game 1's not going to be till June 1st. You're going to get your wish. We're going to get a lot of days off from the NBA.
So just over a week for Denver, and Miami hopes to match that by sweeping the Celtics tonight. So,
but I'll tell you,
13 assists for Jokic, and you mentioned, the triple-double record of Wilt Chamberlain he broke. Now think about that. He broke Wilt Chamberlain's record
1967
on triple-doubles. There's been a tremendous amount of great players that have not done a postseason like that since Wilt in 1967.
Well, I thought we were going to get a historic game from LeBron because, he goes for 21 in the first quarter. And I thought Jeff Van Gundy made, not an interesting observation, a pretty obvious one to me. But LeBron started playing around the perimeter. And when LeBron attacks the basket, man, him at, 6'8", 255 pounds of nothing but muscle with his – with his lift, with his speed, strength, he's almost impossible to defend.
Well, he played 48 minutes. There's a chance he got tired.
I get that. But, he's 38 years old, which is not ancient. It is maybe in NBA terms.
It is in NBA terms.
He has played 20 seasons now. But still, when you're in an elimination game, that's not really an excuse. And I thought in the second half he should have attacked more. He got a little passive. Now, the final shot, you got to give Aaron Gordon and Jamal Murray both a lot of credit. Jamal Murray was able to get down on the ball, and then Aaron Gordon was credited for the block. I thought it was a high-percentage shot, but LeBron was unable to get it off. I thought we were going to overtime at that point. Anthony Davis was good. He wasn't great this series. The way you stack it up is Jokic was the best player in the world. The second best player in this series was Jamal Murray.
Yeah, and that's a big difference. By the way, loose tie with Jamal Murray in the retirement of Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo retires yesterday. Jamal Murray, drafted by the Nuggets 2016 as part of the Denver trade to the New York Knicks of Carmelo Anthony. That's what allowed Jamal Murray to be a Denver Nugget.
Look at your Knicks giving up Jamal Murray for Carmelo.
Still impacting baseball today. LT's thoughts on LeBron's retirement talk afterwards. It came out of nowhere, really. After I tell you our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing, it is raining today in central Alabama, And this may be the day you realize, hey, you got a roofing problem. Don't wait until you have water seeping into your home to find out if you have a roofing issue up there. Get a free no-cost roof inspection with Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Call 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531 for a free no-cost roof inspection. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Locally owned now for over 20 years. Greg Nelson and his wife own the company, so it's locally owned. That helps you. He's really good working with insurance companies. That is tremendous help as well. Plus, he gives you that free no-cost roof inspection. Gets up there to see if you have any loose tiles, loose shingles, or if you have any bent ones that can cause some damage, any other problems he sees up there, he'll let you know. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531 or Greg from Pell City on Facebook. So he brings up retirement last night. And the belief is that he is going to wait and try to play at least one season with his son. But that's going to be at least one more year from now. LeBron James bringing up retirement. Your thoughts?
Look, he's had an incredible career, and I agree. Somebody over there, LeBron has never had the killer instinct. The greats had. He's always been soft. That is the one thing that's lacking from LeBron. It always has been, and that's one of those things you just can't teach. I mean, Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, completely different mentalities. But LeBron is, in most people's eyes, one of the top 5 to ever play the game. Incredible career. Championships, MVPs. He's done everything except play with his son.
4 championships? 1 in Cleveland, 2 in Miami, 1 in L.A. Is that right?
1 in Cleveland.
2 or 3 in Miami?
3 in Miami, okay. And 1 in L.A. I think
so
it's
5.
But he said the one thing he wants to do is to play with his boy. The problem is Bronny is good and getting better according to most. I don't know where Bronny fits in the NBA next year after maybe a one-and-done season at USC. And by the way, can you really navigate where he's going to play and where you're going to play?
Well, that was some of the speculation last night that maybe he retires and then he's able to pick his team if the Lakers will, because he's a free agent, right?
No, he's got 2 more years left.
2 more years.
Well, he's got a player option. So next year, I think his contract is $46 or $47 million, and then he's got a player option in 2 years for $50 million.
So the best way would be to play next year, don't exercise the player option, opt out, and then he can go anywhere he wants.
Then he could go anywhere, and he could play with 1 season, but he'd be 40 years old playing with his kid. The way the
Griffeys did it in baseball.
To each their own. It's hard to ever tell a guy when they should retire. If I was LeBron, I would rather go on and shut it down because he's going out. I know he's going out on a sweep here, but as he said after the game, he's still better than 90 or 95% of this league, and he is.
Yeah.
So go out on top, at least physically on top, and then just go watch your kid play.
Yeah, there's a good chance, though, he wants to go into being the majority owner of a new Las Vegas NBA franchise. So that may end up tying into some of his retirement timeline as well.
And honestly, man, I'm ready for this Laker team to rebuild.
Yeah, as a Lakers fan,
Yeah.
I understand. You're just now back in on the Lakers. All right, there's 1 hour down. 3 more to go. Clay Travis coming up on the other side. SEC baseball tournament, rain in the area. We'll give you an update on that coming up throughout the day. Braves back in action in Atlanta. They'll be dealing with the weather as well. And an interesting Kenny Pickett, Big Ben Roethlisberger story we'll tell you about later on in the show as well. But Clay is up on the other side. This is the Next Round live on a Tuesday.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call waynes.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back with you on the Next Round. Let's get right to Outkicks Clay Travis, Fox News, and of course his syndicated radio show around the country. He's with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Clay, welcome into the show. I want to start with you. An announcement a couple of weeks ago involving Tennessee, and let me get what they were calling this, the Neyland Entertainment District. This is exciting news to me as a guy who travels around the SEC to stadiums. That's one of my favorite trips. And I've always thought that, I love spending time on the river there, but a lot of my time is usually spent inland when I'm in Knoxville, not right there. What do you think of the university sort of teaming up and building a hotel there that will overlook Neyland, doing some connections there, building sort of make that part of game day in Knoxville a little more entertaining?
I think it would be cool, right? One of the unique things about the University of Tennessee is you can take a boat in the Vol Navy to the to Neyland, right, and tie up right there on the Tennessee River and just walk up to the game and then take your boat home, which is very cool. I think the only other major college in America where you can do that, at least that I've been told, is at the University of Washington. And that some Husky fans do that. But that there's Calhoun's for people who are kind of an expert or enjoy tailgating. And I know there's been a lot of Bama fans probably that have been to that restaurant before that's, right there on the Tennessee River. And then there's, like a University Crew location, but I think it's kind of an underutilized side of the campus. So I think it makes a lot of sense to develop a sort of walkable area there where fans could have an even better experience on game days. And to be fair, there's only whatever it is, 7 or 8 of those game days, depending on the year, sometimes only 6. But with basketball, the basketball arena is right there beside it as well. And then I think you also have to factor in certainly there's a large undergrad population that I would think would keep a lot of those bars and restaurants in good shape during the course of the school year as well, not to mention the parents and friends and family of those students.
So Lakers get swept. We were talking about LeBron after the game, talks about potentially would retire. He said he's got to think about it, walking away. I think LeBron's legacy is fascinating because people are all over the place on LeBron. And I'll never forget, we had you on years ago, and you and I were talking about, LeBron James is a guy that never gets in trouble. He's one of the best, or at least for a point, was the best basketball player in the world. But people soured on LeBron. I soured on LeBron. I didn't really watch any of the 2020 Lakers when they won a championship, and I can't tell you. I mean, I was the die-hardest of Laker fans. I came back this year. I still don't really like LeBron. Obviously, I was pulling for him in this series. But how do you think his legacy plays out? Because I just think there were ups and downs, peaks and valleys, whatever you want to call them. It's just a really interesting study to me.
Yeah, okay. So first of all, LeBron from a, dad perspective, husband perspective, you're right. The thing that I think you can give, and I know we've talked about this before, LeBron, the most props on is everybody thinks that if they were an 18-year-old star, that they would be fine. But the reality is the Leonardo DiCaprios of the world are actually pretty rare, right? And the Lindsay Lohans are far more common, where you get so much fame and celebrity at an early age, even if you have great talent. And, Lindsay Lohan has a lot of talent as an actress, as crazy as that might be. Go put Mean Girls on and look at that and think about what she could have accomplished.
Oh, yeah.
If she could have stayed out of, drugs and alcohol and kept her focus. And by the way, it's not just actresses, right? Like, who is...
think about Philip Seymour Hoffman is dead.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, was just one of the most talented actors of our generation. And
what about Heath Ledger? I mean, what about Heath Ledger coming out of the Joker? River Phoenix in L.A. I mean, there are a lot of people who are supremely talented that just don't manage to achieve high levels of success over time. So I think the thing you could say about LeBron at the most is at 18 years old, people thought he was going to be one of the best basketball players ever, and he fulfilled those expectations. So I don't think you can underrate that. Having said that, I think LeBron ultimately is a guy who's very uncomfortable in his own skin. And I think that manifested itself in his pursuit of Michael Jordan and in some way his recognition that he was never going to be Jordan. And so if you go back in time about 7 or 8 years ago, I think LeBron and his team made a very conscious decision to pivot and try to become Muhammad Ali. And I think it was just such a fake pivot, right? Like there's memes out there of LeBron reading books where he's never passed the first 5 pages of the book. If you guys want to have a good laugh, LeBron got quizzed about what he had learned from reading the autobiography of Malcolm X. And it was the quintessential, everybody's probably done it at some point in life when you had a book assigned at school and you had to write or give a presentation on it, and it was very clear just based on your answers that you had not read any of the book at all. So I think he pivoted and tried to become something that he wasn't, right, which was some sort of global activist. And I think along the way, he is an embodiment of what's happened to the NBA. It used to be, whether it was Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, John Stockton, Karl Malone, you run Charles Barkley. I'd be interested in what Barkley would say about this if you guys asked him the next time he had him on the show. But those guys all understood that they were entertainers and that they had to get people to care about their sport, right? And it was even emblematic in the way they sold the NBA. Remember back in the day, the advertisement was NBA action is fantastic, and they really focused on the fans themselves and how much they liked them and how much they appreciated them. Compare that to what players say about fans now. Like, the only time fans really make news in the NBA is when players are getting them kicked out of the arena because they're being too mean, saying things to them. I would also love to hear Barkley. I can't imagine that things are said in the arena now that are worse than what was said in the 80s and the 90s. That seems that would be very surprising to me. Because I would think people would be even more nervous about saying offensive things now to a certain extent because of social media and the fact that you will actually end up on that platform. Maybe you'll lose your job if you say the wrong thing at an athletic event. And so to me, that all ties in with load management. The players became so entitled that they believed that they deserved all of the money. And it didn't matter where – they didn't really have a connection of where the money came from, right? Because television is so remote and they're all so wealthy and they came to despise the fans. And I think social media played in on that. I think to his credit, Adam Silver has even said that his league, the players are profoundly unhappy. And, you think about that and you're like, man, how could you be unhappy making tens of millions of dollars a year playing a game? And I think the answer is a lot of these guys spend way too much time on social media, and that pollutes their mind. It makes them believe that everybody's out to get them. And the result is I think that the NBA culture as a whole has become toxic, and I think people have turned away from it. The data overwhelmingly reflects that the audience for the NBA is nowhere near what it was in the 90s and certainly in the Jordan era, but even in the Kobe Bryant era. And I think that is a legacy of LeBron. I really do.
Outkick and Fox's Clay Travis joins us here on the next round. Do you still answer mailbags on Outkick?
It's a good question. I got a new book coming out.
Well, I got a reason because I've got an incredible story we've got coming up on Trash on the Table that I got to throw this at you and get your take and how you would have answered this on the mailbag. But go ahead.
Well, I got so busy with the new book that I pretty much was only writing on that with the travel and the radio and TV and managing Outkick schedule. So my hope is to bring back the mailbags because they're the thing that people have asked for the most over the last several months. If they're complaining about anything or saying, hey, why is the mailbag not there? So I love doing it. It's a lot of work to read through all those emails, but it is a lot of fun. Okay, what you got for me?
Here's what we've got: an OnlyFans model has gone viral after revealing that she discovered that her stepfather was her #1 subscriber on the platform.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he was spending $2,000 a month on this, and she got suspicious when he started watching her TikTok videos under the same username from OnlyFans, and when she actually pared this thing down, there was only 6 potential suspects, and so she sent him a text, and he responded and basically admitted it. And so immediately her mom divorces him. But she said that he watched her have sex with her partner for 2 months on OnlyFans.
How long? So a couple of different questions come to mind. I don't know if the numbers and the data is out there. How long was he the stepdad?
Since she was 11, and Rocky, I don't have her age here.
I think she's probably 25. Maybe.
Yeah,
she's in her 20s.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a decade plus.
11 is way. So I was going to give him a little bit more grace if he married, the stepmom, and she was like already 18 or 19, right? Still not easy to explain. I'm not surprised that they would get divorced. But when you become the stepdad at 11, you knew the girl before she had entered adolescence, right? So that becomes, it's like when Woody Allen married Soon Yi or whatever. It's like, that's just, there's no way to defend that. If he had married the mom, and she was already, in college or something, I would, it would still be pretty creepy. But it would be more defensible, I think.
I guess my question to you: who ends up the most scarred? Is it the stepdad who's now been outed? Is it the mom?
I think it's the stepdad by far.
Okay, but
right?
also
she already has decided to put her sex life and everything else out there for subscribers on OnlyFans. Like, her ability to be offended that somebody watched her have sex is, I think, she's number 2 on the list, but the guy's clearly number 1 because if she publishes his name, he's done for. and everybody has to know. And then the conversation. Can you imagine the conversation when your daughter calls mom and says, "Hey, I need to tell you about what your what your husband's been doing." That's pretty crazy in and of itself. It makes me wonder, though, how many dads out there are subscribing to their daughter's friends, right? I mean, this OnlyFans phenomenon. I'm like Lord's truth. I've never been on OnlyFans.
I haven't either.
The articles that we write about OnlyFans on Outkick are wildly popular. So people click on these stories a lot. And the amount of money that these girls make is, even to me, staggering, right? I mean, there are girls, lots of them, making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. I just didn't know the marketplace would be that. What'd you say that guy was spending $2,000 a month?
Yeah, and the way I heard this thing works is like you said, it's basically porn, but it's people that are partnered up with their boyfriends or husbands or whatever else, which is weird in itself and really creepy. But you're right. I mean, the numbers are staggering.
I mean, can you imagine paying $25,000 a year, basically, what that guy's paying for just access to any woman's, there's probably a lot of guys like, I got married and I pay way more than that. So, for marriage, right? But I just can't. I mean, how many people have $25,000 extra to just give to a random? And this is not even like a mistress, right? Like, this is just a fake internet girlfriend, right? Like, this is just very strange to me.
Well, I guarantee she wasn't getting an allowance from him.
Well, I mean that the whole thing is just wild.
Basically,
and
a house payment.
I bet she got way more subscribers by outing him. She probably made another $1 million. So I don't actually feel that bad for her, because she, definitely used that to advertise her OnlyFans page.
Basically, a house payment, a moderate, house payment a month that he was spending.
Yeah, and we're showing her on the monitor over there. I mean, she's attractive.
Go ahead.
If she's making, it is astounding to me. A lot of these girls had the option of making the amazing thing is how many of them come out of college, right? They're like, oh, okay, I can make $28,000 a year as a teacher, or I can make $450,000 a year as a hot chick on OnlyFans. I just hope it's like strippers, right? I hope some of these girls save that money, because I would imagine, I don't know, but you're talking about LeBron. You age out of an athletic career. I would think that you would age out of an OnlyFans career, but maybe, I don't know. Maybe there's all sorts of their grandmothers making lots of money on OnlyFans too. I don't know. And here's the other question: are there any dudes at all making money on OnlyFans? I mean, straight dudes.
I don't know.
Are there any women paying men to, be sexually enticed by them? My bet would be almost none. I'm sure gay guys are, the gay OnlyFans is very popular because, again, that's, men basically spending money. But, to me, this is like a fascinating, world that women can make tons of money on OnlyFans. I bet, what percentage would you say heterosexual women versus heterosexual men? 98% heterosexual women making money?
Yeah, it would be a big difference, yeah.
Here's the question. Is there a single woman in America giving a good-looking dude $2,000 a month to, send her sex videos?
I would say zero chance.
I will just say go check out 50 Years of Dunaway at OnlyFans.com, and you answer it for yourself. And then
it's behind a paywall. Don't let him fool you. I've tried.
I'll send you a code later on today.
I think this is such an interesting window into male-female relations. I remember having a question on the anonymous mailbag back in the day, and it was if a woman says, "Hey, I want to let you know, I got a girlfriend. I'm really kind of into making out with her. We've been hooking up a lot." A lot of guys would be like, "That's really pretty hot," right? A lot of them would. almost every woman in America, if a man said, like, hey, I've got this new boyfriend, I'm really, like, they would immediately break up with him. Like, the standards here are just, like, as much as people want to claim that gender isn't real, like, the way that men and women spend their money is like, OnlyFans is a perfect reflection of that.
He is Clay Travis from Outkick and weekly guest with us here on the show. Thank you for your time, Clay.
All right. See you guys.
See you, man.
That's Clay Travis with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Gutter Cap, man. Gutter Cap helping you right now. That rain coming down. Make sure those gutters are cleaned one more time and then never worry about it again the rest of the existence of that house.
Hey, our man C. Stu is coming by today to say hey to us. Yeah. Look, Gutter Cap, you need to keep the gutters clean and free-flowing. The answer is Gutter Cap, especially on a day like this. Chris Stewart, his crew, they will come out, they will clean the gutters one final time, then they put that aluminum panel system over your existing gutter. It's going to keep all the debris out. You'll never have to clean the gutters again. It's back with a lifetime warranty, 823-2212. Look behind me, Dunaway. Look over there. Look. 823-2212. C-Stu is up here right now.
You want to come in and make an appearance in the middle of your read? Say hi to everybody? No makeup or anything?
Yeah, 823-2212. Gutter Cap Birmingham. He's been in business for over 20 years. Great guy. Is that fair? You're old. But look, hey, somebody's saying, Ross is saying Chris Stewart is the man. I think Ross Mapes got Gutter Cap, did he not? Yeah, he did. We appreciate everybody supporting Gutter Cap and Chris Stewart. But 823-2212, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Ross, we're sharing your business, man. Ross has got gutter caps. Everybody drive by his house. It's like Christmas decorations. Go look at that stuff. See Stu's in the house. We'll continue the conversation coming up. Couple of big moves in the NFL. We'll get to that. LT doesn't like one of them. We'll see what you think. Chase says Chris Stewart in the Rockstar Lounge. You going to sing later on?
Oh, yeah.
Would he sing? Yeah. Hey, we can do one in the 11 o'clock hour right after trash if you want to. You don't have a guitar. We always have a guitar up here.
That thing is busted. That thing doesn't work. If you strum it, it's bad.
See, Stu can acapella.
Well, stand by. We may go into a little karaoke mood when we come back right here on the next round.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Brownie out today. Back with us tomorrow, but Lance will be gone the rest of the week. He's got a little trip in the works right now. He was just talking about flying out to Vegas with our friend who he doesn't fly anywhere, does he?
He's never flown.
Never flown his whole life.
Yeah, he got on a plane one time going to Vegas, and he had to get off. I don't like flying, but it's a necessary evil for me because if you want to travel, you've got to fly. So I've got some things I do before I fly. But he won't do it. And I just asked him, Rocky, I said, if I give you $1 million, would you get on the plane today? And he said he wouldn't do it.
No, wouldn't do it. No.
Now, $1 million, he started to think about it.
Do you think most people would, and I'm not talking about jumping with a professional, because I would probably jump out of a plane with a professional for $1 million. I'm terrified of heights, but I would do that. But if you had to jump out of a plane by yourself with a chute and trust yourself to open that chute.
By myself?
Yeah.
No way. For $1 million?
Is this a poll question? You think we should take it to the
Bud Light poll question, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. For $1 million, would you jump out of a plane and you're responsible for pulling your own chute? And they give you $1 million cash when you land on the ground.
Yep. Rocky, would you do it?
100% I would. I would do that before I bungee jumped. I am more scared of bungee jumping for some reason than a skydive.
Yeah, I don't know, boy.
I don't know why.
See, because I would need to really be intoxicated, but I think you're risking it a little bit more if you're intoxicated with that chute.
So I was telling him I would go on one of these manned, orbit flights into space and around, and then they come back down. $1 million, I would consider that before I would jump out of a plane. I just don't. I mean, I freeze up on the air here like 6 times every day. What if I jump out and I freeze?
Oh, it happens. Or think about if the chute just doesn't open.
Yeah, the impact will get you.
Yeah. I mean, by the way, trained military personnel told us horror stories the last time we were at the Floribama about almost ripping arms off.
Yeah. Of course, that's when they're in that line or whatever. I think this would be a situation where you just
push me out. They'd have to push me out, LT.
Yeah,
I'd
me
have
too.
to sign a disclaimer that allowed them to push me out.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do a Johnny Utah.
Cody says, do I get training?
Nope, no training.
Like he's caveats. And you have to fly the plane.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know where your chute pull is. And, I mean, put it this way. Like, if we were on a plane today and it started to go down and everybody handed you a parachute, I mean, that's really the only way I would jump, but you would jump.
Milkman 256, pulling the parachute isn't my worry. He doesn't write this. I'm sure he's saying I'd pull the hell out of it. It's the landing, and that's another thing, right?
Yeah.
After you pull it, you've got to
you got
to manipulate it,
navigate.
You got to manipulate it, and then you got to land.
Dunaway would go straight to a power line.
Yeah, I mean,
he'd be like, "Hell yeah, my chute's out."
I survived.
Yeah, this isn't that bad. Oh no, is that sharks?
And just crisp.
Am I going to land in the grizzly exhibit at the LA Zoo?
Hey, you knock everybody's power out too.
Pritch Law says he would jump for $15,000 if you're offering. Content for the show?
I'm not offering. I think it would be interesting on how many people up here would actually skydive. I know Reed wouldn't. There's zero chance. Me and you would not.
Oh.
Brown would say he would, but he wouldn't. I don't think Rocky would.
I would do the tandem thing first. I'm not going to do it solo.
Okay.
I don't think you're even allowed to do solo. You have to do tandem your first time.
Lunsford says 0%.
Yeah, I know Lunsford wouldn't. I think Forster would. I think Taylor would. I don't think Kelsey would. And I don't think Walls would. I think we've got 2 of 10. Tyler probably would, though.
Oh, Tyler would do anything.
Yeah. Forster, would you?
Yeah. He said $4 million he would.
Well, I'm not talking about from the million. I'm just talking about a tandem jump.
Yeah.
I can't believe people pay pay money to jump out of a plane.
Sam, are you in the U.S. military or another foreign adversary or ally? I'm literally required to jump out of planes.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
well, thank you for your service.
You know,
Samuel.
you've met my buddy Heath. You know, he was a Ranger and he jumped, but he had a bad landing and he tore his shoulder to pieces.
I like Tripp's attitude. He's not risking his net worth on a parachute opening and the emergency reserve chute opening. Tripp, my only net worth is for my wife and kids.
I mean,
if my chute doesn't open.
Well, that's the one thing you look at. If you've got a pretty good life insurance policy, you know, hey, they're going to get paid if the chute doesn't open, and you're going to get paid if it does. So there is a win-win there.
All that in place of C. Stu not singing right there. The show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. Bromberg's getting you ready for Father's Day coming up, and still a chance to get a graduation present. I think you're okay for a few weeks and months after a graduation to get somebody a graduation gift. So you can still work that with our friends at Bromberg's.
Yeah, graduation day season is here, and Bromberg's has a gorgeous selection of Roberto coin jewelry for your graduate. Choose from on-trend link bracelets and necklaces from our designer gold collection, or fabulous 18-karat Love and Verona gold bangles. To add to her bracelet stack, the expert team of sales associates at Bromberg's ready to help you choose the perfect graduation gift she will treasure forever. Visit Bromberg's in Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online. Go to brombergs.com.
Now, see, I get questioned up here sometimes not loving the show enough, but look at Forrester over there. Forrester says for $1 million, yes, he would jump out. For show content, no chance in hell. I mean, Forrester, how much do you love the show?
Not enough, apparently.
I mean, he would have to. He'd have to set up the shot first. He'd have to pull the cameras out and wire it all up. He'd have to do all that before he jumped out of the plane.
You think Bobby's right? I have a feeling most life insurance policies don't cover jumping out of a plane.
Yeah, Goose says that as well.
Oh man, that's
Skydiving or any flight that isn't commercial flight. So does that mean if I'm on the private jet, Goose, my life insurance policy is not working there?
Wow.
Oh. It would be interesting to see if at some point Maggie, for one of my birthdays or Father's Day, books me a skydiving. That would be a telltale sign, wouldn't it?
Well, she wouldn't book it because she would know that it would be a waste of money because you're not going to do it.
Yeah, that's got to become a 48-hour subject. Their relationship seemed great until...
But was Maggie in love?
Was it
money?
Better yet, would you let Maggie pack your chute?
Yeah. And why did she book that now forsaken trip into the airways for Jim Dunaway? That would be scary.
How big of a crater do you think you leave if you hit the ground?
I would imagine it's like the bird that Randy Johnson hit.
Pulverized?
Yeah, but it's still the impact because you think about
that cartoon.
And especially in weather like this, when if you're on the course and you hit a golf ball, you know how deep that golf ball can stick.
Yeah.
So you just wonder, a 200-pound man falling 30,000 feet, or I don't know how high do you have to be?
By the way, everyone at the Meadows said hi to you yesterday. I was out there yesterday. I carded a 41 on the front nine, my best ever at the Meadows.
How'd you do on the back nine?
45. So I got out of there with an 86.
That's
Anything
not
in
bad.
the 80s
I
at
would
the
take
Meadows, any day in the 80s is good out there. Lunsford's Mike, real quick. AJM writes a little next round live 40 and 40 sneak peek of his vote, and he throws out the SEC teams. He's submitted his 40 and 40. Did we send out an email to all the people who are voters?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so if you have not received an email, then there's two people I didn't have the email, but I got those two saved.
I got one of them handled.
You do? Okay, yeah. I'll contact the other DM that have them a spot. But everyone else is in on the 40 and 40. Either you got the email or you did not, and we had to whittle it down first to 160 and then down to our final number of voters. But stay tuned. Very soon we'll crank out the 40 and 40, and you have until Friday night at midnight to get that vote in. But AJM, I would tell you, much like the AP poll, I will ask you not to share your votes. That's a good tease, though. I appreciate you doing that one. Well, let's don't share our votes too much, unless anybody wants to come up here and help me count them. That'll be fun. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Before we get into some of that NFL news that LT's happy about some, not happy about others. Way to Wellness can make you happy with your weight loss journey. Jumpstart that right now by going to this website, aplanforme.com. Planforme.com. Once helped me lose 45 pounds. I've been able to keep most of that weight loss off. Rockstar, yesterday was a big day.
What we get?
Went out to the golf course, walked a little bit. got that down a whole pound yesterday. 191.3. So it's a good weight right now. Love where I am, and it all is thanks to Leslie and her board-certified team. Just go to their website at planforme.com. Planforme.com. You'll find out at Way to Wellness, every plan is different. No cookie-cutter plans. Designed for me to help me control my blood pressure and cholesterol number, and in the process, I have lost some weight as well. Also, there's no contracts, no sign-up fees, and the first consultation is free. Way to Wellness, the website again at planforme.com. Your journey to healthy living, our friends at Way to Wellness. One thing the NFL announced, which was so needed, you're going to be able to address an emergency third quarterback now and it not count against the roster number. After what we saw in the NFC Championship game, it was horrible television not to be able to put a real quarterback into the game.
You know, we were having dinner with Ben Mintz, who's going to be on the show in the 12 o'clock hour last night, and we were talking about that NFC Championship game because we were talking gambling stories, and I was like, I had San Fran, and he's like, I had San Fran too. And, you know, not only if you've got money on a situation like that, just as a fan of the NFL and having to watch a team that can't throw the football, like, they literally have no options at throwing the football. So this is an equitable thing. I mean, all 32 teams are going to have the option to have that third quarterback. And that game was really unwatchable. And the magnitude of that game, it's not like it was a regular season game. It was somebody was going to the Super Bowl.
That's right. And when you take out the forward pass, it became such a boring game. So that's good. And the NFL owners approving that yesterday. So that's them saying we're going to pay a small fee, annual fee for a third quarterback to get paid on the roster. Most have them on their practice squad, I guess, already. So not an increase there, but they don't have to take up a roster spot. So that third emergency quarterback will be there.
You know, and it's good news for a lot of these quarterbacks out there that wouldn't have the opportunity. You know, instead of playing USFL, XFL, now you get to get little NFL money.
The one thing you did not like is that word comes out from the owners' meeting that the Thursday night game is now available to be flexed, much like the Sunday night game. So for weeks 13 through 17, you're able to flex that game. Now, that comes with a caveat. You've got a 28-day notice because it's a weekday game, and you know they have to prepare for a quick turnaround, and they want to give fans the ability to travel on a different date now, or to cancel plans, but also to let the players and teams know, hey, in that week, you got a short week coming up. So Thursday night games are able to be flexed now in weeks 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, the last 5 weeks of the season with a 28-day notice. But you don't like this.
Well, look, for the viewer on the couch, this is better because you're going to get better matchups. Some of these teams are going to be out of the postseason race, and you're going to bounce them. I told you, Week 16, Saints at my Rams, that game will not be played on a Thursday night. I've just got a feeling that by then those teams will be done. Maybe not the Saints, but the Rams for sure.
Well, then if the Saints are still in it, Saints are a playoff contender in the LA television market.
Yeah,
that's
so
not
maybe.
That's not one you dump out of.
But 28 days does make it a little different. I would just say this, like as a Rams fan, I try to go to a game a year, and I plan it out a couple of months in advance. So if I plan, a weekend to go to L.A. or wherever the city is, and then that game flips from a Sunday to a Thursday.
But L.A. and New Orleans on a Thursday night is a possibility for you.
Yeah, but unfortunately the game's going to be in L.A. this year.
Okay.
Yeah. But New York Giants owner John Mara said he called it abusive to fans because it's going to be disruptive. Again, 28 days is different. Because the old flex, it was week of, right?
6 days, the week before, I think.
Yeah.
6 days out. Or, excuse me, the week before, so 13 days out.
Again,
and that's still in play for the Sunday night games and things like that.
And then this is far and few between. This is just an example of, one game every 5 years might affect me. But again, from the consumer standpoint.
Somebody's going to get impacted on every one they change, though. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But as a consumer, I assume you're happy because we're going to get better games.
Yeah, a guy who doesn't go to NFL games, especially on weeknight games, Thursday night, Monday night. If it's a bad game, I don't have to watch it. I'm not just because there's an NFL game on, I'm going to watch it. It has to be something that pulls me in. So if it's a Thursday night game on a streaming service, that involves two non-playoff teams, there's a chance I'll watch something else or spend time doing something else. I'm not going to watch it. So this will, if they flex a playoff implicated game into Thursday night, it gives me a better chance of watching
Well,
it. Yeah.
there were owners against this. I mean,
a lot of
obviously,
them, in
yeah.
fact.
So you had to have a minimum of 24 of the 32 vote yes to approve it. It hit right at 24.
Yeah.
So, there were 8 against this.
Both New York teams, by the way, against it, Jets and Giants, not just Mara there, and several others. So that was one other thing that came out of the owners' meetings. And so, too, is the announcement of the draft site in 2025. Now, last year it was Kansas City.
I haven't seen this yet.
2024, we're going to Detroit. And the one that was announced yesterday in 2025, Green Bay, Wisconsin.
That's pretty awesome.
It's going to be, I assume, at Lambeau Field or around it at Lambeau Field, because I don't know anything else in Green Bay. They may have a great entertainment district, and maybe that's where they're going to do it. But 2025, they're going to Green Bay. It'll be by far the smallest city ever to host the NFL draft. The population in Green Bay, 106,095 people. Last year's NFL draft in Kansas City drew over 300,000 people. So 3 times the population of Green Bay attended the draft last year. So the NFL world in 2025, not the next draft, but the one after that, will be heading to Green Bay.
Okay, I'm just going to ask you on the fly. Bigger city, and Lunsford, you can jump in on this. Green Bay, Wisconsin, or Hoover, Alabama?
Hoover, Alabama.
I'm going to say Hoover.
What'd you say the population was?
106,095. I put Hoover at 180,000.
Hoover's, as of 2020, I mean, it's obviously grown in 3 years. It was 93,000 in 2020. It's probably pretty close. That's pretty amazing, though. You've got an NFL team in a city the size of Hoover.
Bring the NFL to Hoover is what we're saying. I wouldn't assume that Hoover has grown since 2020, the population.
I don't know.
I would think it's grown. I mean, that's where I live. I think it's grown a little bit.
You think so?
It hadn't grown like Huntsville.
No, nor do I think it's grown like continuing down into northern Shelby County or down 280. I mean, Chelsea seems like it's grown a ton. Daniel, yes, I did miss on Hoover at 180,000, which is probably more than Montgomery. I mean, Birmingham's only, 223,000, something like that, inside the city limits, but not the metro area.
I mean, the biggest city in the state now is Huntsville.
Yeah, inside the city limits. All right, that's from the NFL meetings, which I think were going on up in Minnesota. A couple of more NFL notes we'll get to later on, including one quarterback who wasn't happy with Carolina drafting Bryce Young. We'll get to that conversation as we move throughout the day. LT is going to tell us about precision sports, and then we will talk when we come back about the most vulnerable divisions in the NFL. A little on the field news when we come back. There's a list out there. Obviously, Tampa Bay is the team most likely not to repeat at division champions. I'll read out last year's division champions. You tell me repeat or not.
Yeah.
All right?
Hey, let this be the year that you contact your favorite precision sports medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweak that shoulder putting something in the attic. You injured your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard. Maybe you're finding a little pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime. Let this be the year. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Brooks brings up a great point that we should always point out, that when you talk about Huntsville's being the largest city, the Birmingham metro area, like television market, is 1.1 million. Huntsville's television market is 491,000. Big difference when it comes to, you know, the actual inside city limits because of the number of people that live in Vestavia and Homewood and Mountain Brook and Hoover, blah, 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 down the North Shelby County and corridor. The Birmingham metro area is much larger than the Huntsville metro area.
No, I get that. But, I mean, for Huntsville to be almost 500,000, you know, I was talking about this last night. You remember, and I don't know if this pertains anymore, but, you know, they did it by population on the license plates. You know, 1 obviously being Jefferson County, 2 Mobile, 3 Montgomery, and Huntsville wasn't even on the radar. I mean, Huntsville has just exploded.
Yeah, nice area. Continues to grow. Awesome up there. Our friends at Legacy want to remind you, wherever you're listening or watching us right now, they've got great deals for you. Everyday check-in, lifestyle loans, wonderful with car loans. If you're getting a boat to get out on and need a boat payment to make that purchase, you can do that with our friends at Legacy as well. Check everything out online at legacycreditunion.com. How about that everyday checking where you can get paid 2 days early with your direct deposit? Maybe that's important to you. They've got no monthly fees there, no minimum balance, that instant issue debit card. The moment you set up that Legacy checking account, you get the debit card right then. They got other perks with their digital banking. That lifestyle loan can help you in times of crises, maybe an unexpected medical expense, or maybe you want to do something fun, like take that dream vacation out to Disney World, not Disneyland. You can do that with our friends right there at Legacy. Maybe you want to upgrade the home, the backyard. You can do that with a lifestyle loan as well. No collateral is required. They've got affordable low rates and a lot more. The official credit union of UAB, dedicated to service for education and healthcare industries in the area for more than 60 years. It's our friends at Legacy, legacycreditunion.com, legacycreditunion.com, federally insured by the NCUA. Matt Corral had something to say back on draft night. Forsher's going to pull up the tweet, and he has now backed it up. But on draft night, after the Carolina Panthers drafted Bryce Young, Matt Corral had this to say: me personally, it was up to me. I don't want to be traded. I like the people here. I want to play for Coach Reich. Now, back on draft night, he was like, if people tell you, they're sort of telling you you're not the future, don't stay in that situation. I'm paraphrasing there. But now he says, I'm okay with Frank Reich and the people at Carolina. Corral didn't look happy that he wasn't the quarterback of the future, but now he looks like he's going to be QB2 in Carolina. And I think the way Matt Corral plays the game, his style, would serve as a great backup in Carolina to Bryce Young, much like the Ravens have enjoyed opposite of Lamar Jackson with Huntley over the years.
Yeah, I don't know how Frank Reich's going to navigate this because you've got Andy Dalton on that roster, and there are some coaches that would rather have a veteran presence to teach a younger guy like Bryce Young the ropes. And if Bryce Young was to get hurt and miss a start, they would like that veteran to be able to come in. It just really depends on how much confidence he's got in Matt Corral.
He's going to get more reps this spring, summer, and into the preseason.
Now, Andy Dalton's going to demand a lot more money than Matt Corral is right now, just because he's been in the league so long.
Corral's a second-year guy. Young's a first-year guy. J.A. surprised Corral isn't playing in the XFL or USFL already.
If you're Corral, though, this could be an incredible situation. Like, if Reich likes you, you could be on that roster for 8 to 10 years, never play, and just get paychecks.
Yeah, that's not a bad life there. But I've always liked the Ravens. I know Jason, a couple of you guys are Baltimore fans who watch our show. Lamar plays a certain style, and then when they bring in, it's Huntley. I'm right about
Tyler
that.
Huntley.
They bring in Tyler Huntley. They don't change styles. He's still able to do some of those things. To me, Andy Dalton is not going to do the same thing Bryce Young does, right?
Yeah, the difference with Tyler Huntley is he just doesn't win games.
Yeah, that can be a problem.
There's a similar style, but Huntley in that lineup, it's not even close to what you get with Lamar Jackson. Again, similar, but the result typically is an L.
One of the things that is automatic in the NFL every year is the turnover that you get of playoff teams and not playoff teams. It almost annually is about 50%. Half the teams don't make the playoffs the next year. So just going division champions, and I'll give you my Tampa Bay team, which was the division champions in the very putrid NFC South last year, not going to repeat because no Tom Brady. They're selling off parts to get under salary cap. They are in rebuild mode, so they will not repeat. After that, I'm going to read the other division champions, and you tell me repeat or not as division champions, okay?
Okay.
We'll go NFC West first. San Francisco won that by 4 games last year over Seattle and 5 over the Rams. San Francisco, repeat or not?
Yes. San Francisco will repeat. Seattle will – it's all Geno Smith. Like, I don't know what to expect. If you get Geno Smith from last year, Seattle's going to be right there nipping on their heels.
I mean, they were 4 games back last year, though, and that was about as good as Geno could play.
Yeah, but I think Seattle's going to be better this year. Parts around Geno.
NFC South, no repeat. NFC North, Minnesota won it by 4 games last year over Detroit, 9-8. Minnesota, repeat or not?
Yes. I've got to see it to believe it with Detroit.
I mean, Detroit's the sexy offseason pick.
Yeah, but I would go Minnesota here.
So repeat, no repeat with Tampa Bay so far in the NFC.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a jumbled division where you've got a lot of 8 and 9, 9 and 8.
Much like the NFC South last year.
Yeah.
NFC East, Philadelphia beat the Cowboys by only 2 games. People forget Dallas was a 12-win team last year. 14 wins for Philadelphia. They were 14-3. Philadelphia repeat as champions or not?
I'm just going to go with history and say not. I mean, Philadelphia seems like the sure thing in the NFC right now. But again, this is a division that hasn't had a repeat champion. It's either 2004 or 2007. So best case, it's been 16 years or it's been 19 years. It's been a long time, though. For whatever reason, teams don't repeat. The Giants were much improved in the postseason last year. Dallas, we know they've got the parts where they can make a run. So I'm just going to say Dallas wins its division.
So Minnesota and San Francisco repeating, Philly and Tampa Bay not. In the AFC East, Buffalo, again, by 4 games. Some of these division races were not close at all. Over Miami, who was 9-8, 13-3. Buffalo, they missed 1 game because of the Damar Hamlin injury. By the way, Damar is not practicing yet, says his coach yesterday at our news conference. So 4 games separated. Buffalo, repeat or not?
We've still got an employee up here that believes Damar is not walking the earth. I don't know if you know that whole story. But
did not.
Yeah, which is pretty interesting. Buffalo will repeat. Miami, if Tua stays healthy, he's going to be really interesting. And then obviously with the Jets getting Aaron Rodgers, that's going to be a difficult division. I think the Patriots are in the basement, but I'm going to say Buffalo repeats.
So Buffalo repeats. I think I know where you'll go with this one because of your love affair of Joe Burrow, but Cincinnati won it last year by 2 games over Baltimore, who was a 10-win team. Pittsburgh and Cleveland. Cincinnati repeat?
I am going to say Cincinnati repeats. I think they're the second best team in the NFL right now. Again, difficult division, especially when you factor in how much better is Kenny Pickett going to be in his second year. Is Deshaun Watson going to get back to the form we saw pre-suspended Deshaun Watson? And Baltimore is Baltimore. I mean, Lamar's finally getting paid. They've got more weapons for him this year.
I hate to say this. I think you're falling into the NFL trap that we always fall into. AFC, Jacksonville won it by 2 games over Tennessee. Jacksonville repeat as champions?
I just don't know what to expect from – I mean, you've got rookie quarterbacks all over the place. I mean, there is a good chance outside of Jacksonville you're going to have 3 rookie quarterbacks starting. We know Stroud's going to be starting for the Texans. We know Richardson's going to be starting for the Colts. There is a good chance Will Levis is going to be your starting quarterback at Tennessee. So by all of that, I am going to say Jacksonville's your team.
And that gets you to the AFC West, where Kansas City won by 4 games over a good Chargers team that was 10 wins. So does Kansas City repeat?
Kansas City repeats.
Okay, so of 8 divisions, you have 6 repeat champions.
That doesn't, but still, you've got, how many teams do we have in the postseason now? We've got 7 on each side, so you got 14. So just because 6 of the 14 doesn't mean the other 8 are going to be teams from last postseason.
So your wild cards will be the jumble mess, in your opinion.
Like, I think Detroit is going to grab a wild card.
Which would be a new playoff team.
Yeah. You didn't ask me about the NFC South, but we just
we went Tampa Bay is not going to repeat.
Yeah.
I assume you think it's going to be New Orleans.
I think Denver's going to be a wild card team.
Right? You don't think anybody in the South will be a wild card team, though, in the NFC South?
No, I do not.
Or the AFC South, for that matter.
Yeah, and I think, you're going to have multiple wild cards probably out of the North and the East in the AFC.
Yeah. 6 of the 8 repeat division champions, though.
I mean, I wouldn't bet on it.
Yeah.
I mean, the one I feel least confident about is probably the NFC North with Minnesota or the NFC East.
Well, the story I saw, and it was ranking most vulnerable. Tampa Bay was 1, Minnesota was 2. So I think you're dead on there. But Kirk Cousins is back at Minnesota, and they've got some talent. Looks like they're going to keep Dalvin Cook. One other NFL note, Austin Eckler, big part of the L.A. Chargers, going to stay in L.A. with the Chargers. He's 28 years old. By the way, he had 18 touchdowns receiving and rushing last year.
I love his game.
$1.75 million in incentives they gave him to his $6.25 million contract. So the potential of being an $8 million guy, and you're right, Pritchlaw, Eckler is fantasy gold. 18 touchdowns last year, both receiving and rushing.
And he's just a fun player to watch, and, a guy that played at West Colorado.
Didn't know that was a team.
Yeah, I didn't either. And until, you find out about Austin Eckler and his story. But, he's one of those guys that gets better every year. And we always talk about that 30 mark for running backs. But Eckler is so versatile.
Adam and Chad built a versatile team at Hemp Hill Services. They'll help you right now get that air conditioning in order before we start to heat up. They also bring you LT's Lock every day here on the show.
Spring weather is turning into summer weather quickly. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering that $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train, 205-229-2090.
or hemphillservices.com.
Ben Mintz, Mintzy, will be with us coming up at the top of the final hour, so 12 o'clock Central Time. He'll be with us in 1 hour. Phone calls for Mintz at 205-734-0923, and also for us in the next hour of the show. We'll continue a little college football conversation out there. SEC baseball tournament. I'm going to try to get the SEC network on so we can keep an eye on the weather out at the Hoover Met. Alabama scheduled to play today at 4:30. Auburn scheduled to play after that in the single elimination day of the SEC tournament. All that going on out in Hoover at the Met. This is the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with walk-ons.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
So far on schedule at the SEC baseball tournament out in Hoover, which is a tip of the cap to the grounds crew and everybody working hard out at the Hoover Met. 5-0 South Carolina on Georgia. So tentatively, with rain in the forecast, Alabama and Auburn still on schedule for their 4:30 and later afterwards. Alabama at 4:30 as they play today against Kentucky, and then Auburn and Missouri right after that for the night session at the day one single elimination day of the SEC baseball tournament. Ben Mintz, Mintzy with us in an hour. He's in town like he was last year for the SEC baseball tournament. We'll talk to him in studio with us 1 hour from now. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Brownie's off, family graduation day, and I hope everyone has a great time there. And the Brown family, very proud of AK. And congratulations to all the graduates. Rockstar today, Forrester and Lunsford on the back road, Tatel Korn, handling everything on social media. And right now, if you've been following us on social media and you're watching us on our video platform, head over to the chat room and use the phrase that pays. If you followed us on social media and you got the phrase that pays, you have a chance if you get in there and you're the first one to respond with the phrase that pays, you will get four tickets to the Wednesday night game with the Birmingham Legion against the MLS Charlotte FC. That's a big game. It's us versus the big leagues. You get 4 jerseys, and you will get the sideline experience from our friends at Coca-Cola. So thank you for responding quickly over in the chat room as you jumped in there. Way to go, and way to jump in there. The phrase that pays with our friends at Coca-Cola, that Coca-Cola experience there. I got my Coke Zero ready to go for another hour of the show, which starts with a little college football discussion. It's not really college football as it is college athletics. We talked about the Tennessee Entertainment District with Clay Travis 1 hour ago, podcasted there. They're building a hotel basically at the Tennessee River side of Neyland Stadium that will be a high-rise enough that you'll see it from the playing surface, right? You actually will be able to, have some condos that'll be in there that will overlook Neyland Stadium.
Wow, so you can actually watch a game.
I picture that, and those of you that have ever been to Starkville, the left field has a big, multi-story building of condominiums that people own, and they tailgate and watch the games from their deck, sort of Wrigley Field style, outside the stadium. So the plan is, if it's approved, to not only have a big entertainment district build up down the river, all the way from Calhoun's all the way to Thompson Bowling Arena, the basketball arena, which sits on the water, but also have the condominium and hotel, a bougie little, what's it called? Not bougie. Boutique hotel that will be there overlooking Neyland Stadium, actually connected to Neyland. You can enter Neyland through the hotel.
Well, much like you, and I think I've said this before, like in the 90s, Knoxville was my favorite place to go in the SEC. I went back there for the Alabama-Tennessee game this year, and because they're good again, that atmosphere is right where it was. So Knoxville to me is a really fun city. It's got a lot of neat characteristics to it. So this is really exciting, and it's one of those cities that I'd love to go to every fall. Now, October is the best month.
Now, their athletic director says it will help with the aesthetics, building that condo and boutique hotel at that end of the stadium, because it's an exposed. You see the inner workings of the construction of Neyland Stadium. It's the visitors' entrance, the visitor locker room, a lot of visiting seating. And student seating on that side of the stadium. It's a lot more bougie on the other end, where they host recruits and Tennessee walks into the stadium. Well, Auburn is discussing some upgrades to facilities, including Jordan-Hare Stadium. And recently, I should say, at an Auburn fan event, I think it was in LaGrange, Georgia, John Cohen, the athletic director, said even the most casual fan will notice at Jordan-Hare Stadium, at the north end zone, the one opposite of the big scoreboard, the other one, that we need upgrades in that side of the stadium. And it's been discussed for years, but they have not decided yet to do anything with that. And I think that scoreboard, Forrester, that old scoreboard with no video screen, I mean, that was there when I covered my first game. That scoreboard has not changed since I covered my first game as a television sportscaster. I think that was 1988, and that scoreboard has not changed. The sponsors have, because they had a sponsor screen on there that was the Birmingham News and the Birmingham Post-Herald. Now, since then, they no longer change, but that scoreboard is still exactly the way it was in 88. And I think a lot of the visitors' seating is down in that end as well. It's where the visitors' locker room is. From what I could get from John Cohen and what he said, they're going to explore upgrades and such like that. but they, have maybe some other priorities they want to look into first, making sure they keep the students engaged and enhanced. One of the better student sections in college athletics.
Yeah, so you go to Jordan-Hare at least once a year. I mean, where is it with other stadiums right now in the SEC? Because
as far as the actual building itself?
Yeah, because when I've gone to, it kind of reminds me a little bit, I mean, they're not similar just as far as not being as updated as other stadiums, like Tiger Stadium, and I know they've done renovations.
Right. Tiger Stadium has done renovations in Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
Places they have not. It's been the same since, whenever it was built. But they've done some upgrades there. I mean, Auburn has, the scoreboard is state-of-the-art. The new suites that replace the press box are really good. But, you can't beat the experience. And I've always liked the playing surface. They're doing some upgrades around the $6 million upgrading the drainage on the field. But as far as the actual structure, it's not as nice as, say, Bryant-Denny Stadium right now. But, they're going to improve that. But something else has happened since 2015 when they started thinking about making the north end zone, maybe a new scoreboard, maybe some more suites for big boosters or, maybe more seating, whatever they want to do up there. What has happened in college athletics that would take up boosters' money? Oh, NIL.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Bruce Pearl was, Bruce is the most successful coach at Auburn right now, right?
Yeah.
Nobody's hotter than Bruce. He wants a basketball practice facility just for the men. They still share the two courts with volleyball, women's basketball inside Neville. But he even said on this event, I'm going to tap the brakes a little bit on pushing for that arena because I know I would rather have it go to the NIL money for the kids, for the recruits, than for a new basketball practice facility.
Yeah, and I think that's the same for Nate Oates right now. When you look at, Coleman Coliseum and everybody talking about this new arena, if you're Nate Oates, you would rather have a Brandon Miller than a practice facility.
Yeah. And Alabama has a practice facility already, but as far as a new arena.
Yeah. If you're Bruce Pearl, you would rather have a Jabari Smith than a practice facility.
Yeah, so NIL... And that's where
here's the whole thing.
A lot of that money is coming from the same people that would pay to build new buildings. They're also the people that are funding your NIL.
Yeah, and these facilities, this is what draws recruits in. But what's going to draw a recruit in more? Cash or a nice practice facility or a nice arena?
Yeah. Because we all know that if Bruce wants to practice, like you would assume that Bruce gets to secure his time on the floor before volleyball and women's basketball, right?
Yeah, I think the pecking order is pretty obvious.
It's like we got to go by who brings in the most cash, right? Bruce, you want to black out your practice times? All right, everybody else fill in around them. I know that may not be
and Bruce,
politically correct or fair, but they bring in the more money. They should get first dibs on the practice times.
Yeah, and Bruce is the alpha right now, but I'm not going to be surprised if in the next couple of years Hugh Freeze becomes that guy.
He could be, yeah. And
Bruce is going to retire sooner or later.
But see, Auburn football, they've got that new practice facility and the new facility where the players hang out most of the time. They really only spend a few practices, a few scrimmages, and 7 games inside Jordan-Hare Stadium. And by the way, they don't care what the seating's like or the scoreboard's like.
Yeah.
The scoreboard may be the first thing you repair because it just the aesthetics of the stadium. But I thought it was interesting, like Bruce was going to say, tell you what, I don't really need that practice facility. I'd rather you donate to the NIL before you donate to a new building. Interesting information. Montgomery Advertiser with a good story on what John Cohen is saying there. Back into the conversation about the Pac-12. I never got LT's thoughts on this, really. This hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew have it ready to go, opened about 11 minutes ago. That great Southern fried chicken, the Mississippi recipe, Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are a must-get if you go there. Even if you don't like tamales, give these a try. They are so different. My parents didn't like tamales. I gave them some of these on Mother's Day when we went to lunch there. They are now big fans of those tamales there. It's just a great taste. All the wonderful sides, the hand-cut chicken fingers, and a lot more. ChampysChicken.com for details. Right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We'll go back to the Brett McMurphy tweet from earlier today that started off saying Washington State President Kirk Schutz says WSU, Washington State Athletics, will have a temporary freeze on all current and future vacant positions until further review, as well as a pause on non-essential travel, purchases, and new professional development because of a significant decrease in Pac-12 revenue distribution as a result of overpayments from one of the conference media partners that must be resolved. In other words, they got to give some money back to one of the media partners. And relocation of the Pac-12 headquarters out of San Francisco, which has exceeded budget projections as well. Additionally, WSU Athletics projects that Cougar Athletics will exceed its expenditures for the year due to inadequate documentation of revenues and expenses. Now, that's one school saying this, but if they're saying the Pac-12's got to give back some media money, that's basically coming from the schools, and the movement of the conference offices is going to cost more, that's coming out of the schools. USC and UCLA are already leaving. How alarming is that for you for A, Washington State, but B, the entire remaining Pac-12?
Well, look, the Pac-12's in trouble, but Washington State traditionally has been that school that squeezes the quarter so tight the eagle screams. I mean, they've never wanted to spend money. And, you heard that from Mike Leach back in the day. So that's not surprising. But this is a conference that just thought for whatever reason they were going to print money like everybody else. And it was about a year ago, a little over a year ago, and we've talked about that headquarters in San Francisco for a while, that they decided, hey, we're going to shut this down and we're going to go remotely.
Do you remember that number? Was it 9 million?
It's
7 million?
6.9 million was the rent for the year.
No, rent. You don't even own it.
Yeah, you don't own it. You're renting for $6.9 million. And they were also carrying almost $12 million in deferred rent. So you're talking about a conference that's been in the red for a long time, and when you lose what is your biggest product in USC, it's not going to get better, it's going to get worse. And right now Oregon and Washington are probably on the phone 24/7 trying to get the hell out of the Pac-12.
That's what Big 12 Mafia tweets. He says, I think it's over. Conference loyalty can only go so far. The Pac-12 is a broken business organization. Reality is beginning to sink in.
And it's sad because I like the Pac-12. I mean, obviously, I pull for USC, but Pac-12 after dark, exciting football, different brand of football. They don't have nearly the passion and the fan base, but, I'm like you. I'm a traditionalist when it comes to college football. And from the Pac-8 to the Pac-10 to the Pac-12, I like conferences where they are. I think geography should matter.
And time of day. I mean, there was something about the Pac-12 being after dark that allowed me to enjoy that a little bit more, to watch their football and basketball games.
Oh, the COVID was awful for the Pac-12 because there were a lot of 11 o'clock kicks central. And watching an 11 o'clock kick, a 9 a.m. kick in the L.A. Coliseum, it just didn't feel real. It felt like a spring game. And although USC went undefeated in the regular season that year, it was one of the worst. Like, to me, the SEC, that was one of the best years, 2020. Because SEC
even
fans,
with less fans?
Yeah, even with less fans, it still, I don't know, the 10-game schedule was awesome, but Pac-12 was some of the worst football that you could watch back then.
Yeah, and they really have been broken ever since. We'll see if this leads to bigger stories coming out about the Pac-12 financial situation, or if anybody else starts to pack up and leave that conference. One other note on that Big Ten television deal we talked about yesterday that sort of went under the radar. I didn't know this until I was reading again last night, more on that. Hidden in all of that was Big Ten basketball, where a number, I won't say a majority, but a large number of their games have been pushed to streaming only on Peacock and other platforms, something that Tom Izzo and other coaches are not happy about. Now, I think we get spoiled as SEC fans because of the SEC's relationship over the years with ESPN and with the SEC network being part of ESPN, that when we went to the SEC network model now, which is, has it been 10 years?
On the SEC network?
Or has it been 5? We had a big anniversary last year. It's 10,
it's
right?
10, yeah.
10 years.
Because I remember we were in Atlanta for the launch.
Yep. And then we were at your house watching the very first game, South Carolina and Kenny Thrill, right?
Yeah, because I remember we had different coaches rotating, but I'll never remember. The only guy I like at the food buffet was Kevin Sumlin.
That's right.
And I just remember him with a big plate of food.
That's right.
That's how long ago it was. Kevin Sumlin was the coach coming off Could you make an argument the best year in Texas A&M football history? Or have they won a national championship? I guess they did way back in the day.
30-something maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
But in modern history, that was the best season coming off that 2012 year.
Yeah, so 13 was the kick date of the SEC network. I think we're spoiled because, for the most part, when we get into conference play, every basketball game is on television somewhere. You're not having to stream it. If it's a conference game, it's on ESPN, ESPN2, ESPNU, or the SEC network. To think that Michigan State and Michigan and Indiana would be playing basketball games streaming only on the Peacock streaming service.
Hard to believe.
In that new TV deal.
Yeah.
Didn't sit right with Tom Izzo and them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame them. I mean, that product's bigger than that.
Yeah. So that TV deal that Kevin Warren partially started cooking and putting together, unfinished meal as he leaves to go to the Chicago Bears, more of that is coming out, and it is a house of cards for the Big Ten right now. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision as we look into the future of college athletics. We'll tell you a winner of our Coca-Cola experience coming up in the next segment, who walks away with the 4 tickets to go see the Legion tomorrow night in a game in the U.S. Open Cup against Charlotte FC. We have a winner from the chat room there who went hammer down over there. Thank you guys so much for responding quickly and following us on social media. The winner getting all that big package from our friends at Coca-Cola. Michelson Laser Vision looking into the future of baseball. A little deal on that after LT tells us about Michelson.
Yeah, find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, I wore the contacts for about a decade, went in over 2 decades ago, got screened out, got the procedure done, and it only took 12 minutes for both eyes. I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, a pioneer in the business, the first to perform the LASIK procedure back in 1995. Now his daughter, Dr. Jen Michelson, is right there on staff as well. They are the best in the business. Call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
All right. Forrester, give me the graphic on the American League East and American League Central standings. Braves, by the way, lose to the Dodgers last night. Freddie Freeman with the 3-run homer. Braves and Dodgers in Atlanta, 6:20 tonight on TBS. LT, if you'll notice something about the American League East right now and the American League Central, everybody in the American League East has an equal to or better record than the best team in the American League Central. Pretty crazy. It's only a snapshot, of course, but Minnesota leads that division at 25-23. Toronto in last place, also 25-23 in the American League East. So the worst team in the East could be leading the American League Central. It's crazy.
It is. I'm not surprised, and Forrester is our resident Chicago White Sox fan. I'm not surprised the Central looks like it does right now. Like, I couldn't have told you who was going to win that division. I would have leaned the Twins. But the American League East, obviously it's the best division right now in baseball. But we didn't realize Baltimore was going to be that good.
31-16. I did pick Baltimore as my wild card team in a preseason. I did not pick Tampa to make the playoffs, though.
I might have picked Baltimore, too. Tampa, nobody thought they would be as good as they are right now.
Nope.
I think the Yankees, even though they're 9 games over 500, maybe a little disappointing.
Yeah, but they're 9 games over 500 and 6 games out. And Toronto, to me, is a dangerous team. Remember, I think I picked them to win the World Series. And they're 25-23 and already 9.5 games out right there. It's crazy. You know, baseball is so long that, these things could be totally upside down by the time we get to, September. Toronto could be in first and the Royals could be in first. Doubtful, but it could happen because it's such a long season. But that's a weird snapshot to see in a whole division better than an entire other division.
Yeah, I have my 2 World Series teams are going to be lucky to make the postseason. I had the Mariners and the Phillies. Mariners just can't score runs.
We talk about how bad the Buccaneers and the Falcons and Saints and Panthers were last year, but you still couldn't find a division that the entire division was better than that division, though, right? Everybody always had a dog in their division.
Yeah.
Insane. Now, that may change because the schedule is going to even itself out a little bit as we move forward. All right, when we come back, we roll into trash today. LT has a couple of stories, including the story about hell.
Yeah, the near-death experience. I found a different story outside of the trash he brought me, Rocky. And it's terrifying and also comical at the same time, if that's possible.
We'll get to that. Show being brought to you by the wonderful folks at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. And also Coca-Cola, that Coca-Cola experience. We'll tell you the winner's name and what they get when we come back right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemphill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the Next Round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090. hemphillservices.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Congratulations to Henry Knight, who was the first person to jump in to the chat room with Hammer Down, and that wins the Coca-Cola experience with our friends at Coca-Cola and the Birmingham Legion. Tomorrow night, I believe it's a 7 o'clock kick at Protective Stadium.
It is.
You have the Birmingham Legion and Charlotte of the MLS. Now, again, this is such a big deal because I believe that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that since the Bulls, the Birmingham Bulls in the 70s, when they were part of the WHA, this will be the first competitive top-level sporting event to happen, not an exhibition game, in the city of Birmingham on the professional level. This counts. It's for the U.S. Open Cup, the Sweet 16, and I think every other team left in this is the MLS. So that's happening tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. Henry, with our friends at Coca-Cola, wins 4 tickets, 4 jerseys, and 4 sideline experiences with our friends at Coca-Cola. All that
with Henry jumping in with a hammer down. So thank you to the Legion and Coca-Cola for that experience. But we've never played an NFL game in Birmingham that counted. We played exhibition games. We played exhibition major league teams have come to town, like the Braves have played the old Birmingham A's. The Twins played the old Birmingham A's. The White Sox have been to town. We've never had an NHL game here, but the WHA, which was, ended up merging with the NHL, with Edmonton, Hartford, Winnipeg, and Quebec merging, Birmingham was in that league. So that would have been the last top-level professional team sports we've had in Birmingham until tomorrow night. Legion versus MLS Charlotte. That counts.
I remember getting checked out of school to go see the St. Louis Cardinals play the Barons at Rickwood.
Really?
Yeah. Were you at that game?
I was not. I was not. I went to an old Birmingham A's and I think Atlanta Braves and Birmingham A's and Minnesota Twins.
Yeah.
Out at Rickwood. And they were leaving spring training, I think, and heading north. Or maybe it was during the season. I don't know how they used to do that. Maybe the Braves or Twins were swinging by.
These were part of the spring road trips.
I can't remember when it was, but I remember at least Harmon Killebrew getting one at bat for Minnesota. So that's how long ago that was. That would have been way back in the 70s. All right. Trash is coming up here, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right every day here on the show. We recommend Mortgage Right all the time because just great guys. But right now, to get the best deal in the housing market, you need a professional like Mortgage Right, and they will do that. They'll help you out. More details from LT after Rockstar hits the big button.
They let me look at the lawyer's building. I know the vacuum cleaner man. He's seen my tits. I know that's not going on TV, but it's true. It's true. I'm not here to lie to you.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available, guide you through every step of the process. For active military or veterans, VA loans can be a great way to help you purchase a home. Let Mortgage Right take care of everything from the pre-qualifying process through closing. Their mortgage experts will work with you to find the best rate and loan program available. As a veteran-owned, operated company, they understand the difference between working with someone who gets it and someone who doesn't. We've made it our mission to simplify the VA loan process. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Before you jump into trash, I'm watching live coverage on ESPN. Aaron Rodgers favoring ankle at Jets OTAs. It would be horrible if he popped an Achilles. Just going through OTAs.
Oof.
Now he's stretching it out, and it's New York, so every move he makes is going to be major news. But they just showed him stretching and limping through an OTA.
Not good. Over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Laura, I saw earlier where, by the way, her daughter just got her tonsils out. Shout out.
Yeah.
Gave him a little advice on that. She was talking about the Bama Rush documentary is out. Will you guys watch that at all?
It's streaming. I think we'll be force-fed some news coverage over it.
Well, it's front page AL.com right now.
I'm trying to get the director on.
Okay, that would be great.
I'm just wondering how much of that was staged.
Well, you always wonder that, especially reality television. But this is a documentary, so documentaries it really shouldn't be staged. Well, I think it is that outlandish. I mean, look, I went through Rush down there.
No, I know, but for instance, I believe this happened while the cameras were there, but I don't know if it's going to be part of the documentary, but I do think they had one young man who was trying to go through the Rush process, and that seemed like, that would...
You mean sorority?
Yeah, through the sorority Rush process, and it's happening in Wyoming right now.
There's sororities and fraternities. Fraternities are for guys.
Yeah, I know, but if you've got television cameras there, documentary, and if they, pay someone to do something, then that takes away my interest. So I don't know if that happened or not, and I don't know if it happened in this sequence, but I thought I saw some conversation about that.
Okay, I'm going to start with this story that you kind of teased. And Rockstar, this is the non-Rocky story. This is a crazy story, though. And this is from Popular Mechanics, which is a credible publication, right?
Very popular with mechanics.
Didn't they used to put out a calendar that every garage you'd go into would have them up, like Popular Mechanics, and it was like attractive girls. They weren't naked.
Yeah, they were just like laying on the hood of a car with flames.
Yeah, or in skirts and high heels, leaned up against the hood or the bumpers or whatever.
So in 2016, a Michigan-based priest named Gerald Johnson suffered a heart attack. He says he had a near-death experience. They call these NDEs, the acronym for it. Apparently, a lot of people have had these. It sent him somewhere he never thought he would visit. Rockstar, do you want to guess?
No.
He went to hell.
Oh, okay.
Now, recently, Johnson took to TikTok to share the details of his traumatic NDE, again, near-death experience. Far from the kind of warm, bright light epiphany you might expect to hear from someone who temporarily ventures into the great beyond, especially when we're talking about a priest.
So he went not towards the light, he went towards the flame? He made the wrong turn?
Quote, I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. I don't care what he did to me. No one deserves that. Johnson says that immediately after his heart attack in February of 2016, his spirit left his physical body, went down to hell, entering through the, quote, very center of the earth. He went on to say, the things I saw there are indescribable. Now, he did his best to describe it. Johnson claims he saw a man walking on all fours like a dog and getting burned from head to toe.
That's rough.
It gets rougher. He went on to say his eyes were bulging. He said worse than that, he was wearing chains on his neck. He was like a hellhound. There was a demon holding the chains. That's where it gets really weird.
That's where it gets, okay.
Johnson also heard music in hell, including Rihanna's Umbrella and Bobby McFerrin's Don't Worry, Be Happy.
Well, at least there's a playlist. It's not the same song over and over.
Traditionally upbeat tunes, only this time demons were singing the songs to, quote, torture people.
I mean, Don't Worry, Be Happy. Now, that is hell.
Yeah, Bobby McFerrin.
Now, Johnson says his hellacious NDE made him realize he needed to forgive people who had wronged him instead of hoping for their punishment. Now, maybe Johnson's story sounds a little far-fetched, but scientists say that while many of the most publicized NDEs have a positive sign, negative NDEs do certainly occur. The experts just aren't exactly sure how or why.
I would, if that happened to me, even if it was a dream, I do think I would come back and try to live a little differently. Now, he's a priest, but I would do a self-check, Rockstar. What about you, just in case?
Yeah, because you think it's somebody talking to you, saying that, giving you a little bit of a message that you need to straighten some things out.
Yeah.
Now, I do have some bad dreams.
I had one last night. I mean,
like terrifying dreams.
Yeah. I mean, I had one last night, and it was one of those LT. I don't know if you ever do this in Rockstar. It was one that I woke up from.
Yeah.
Went back to sleep and kept dreaming that dream, and I woke up I think 3 times. And I sent you guys all an email about it, but I woke up about it, went back to sleep, still dreaming the same dream, felt bad all night, and it just...
Wait, so what you sent us an email about was what you dreamed about?
100%.
Wow.
100%. It was on me so much.
You can't turn it off, man.
It was on me so much.
You can't turn it off.
And I was like, and I kept waking up, and I even got out of bed and went and peed and got back into bed and still was dreaming about that.
Have you ever had a near-death experience?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I had one, that really bad car wreck right when we first started the show together.
That shook you, man.
Well, I mean, I immediately, so for people out there that, and maybe we've talked about it on Mystery Fifth Hour, I don't remember, but me and my ex-wife Bethany were heading to New Orleans for anniversary, and right on the other side of Mercedes, so right outside of Vance, we were in the left lane. There was a lot of traffic on a Friday afternoon, and I saw this Explorer that was parked in the emergency lane, but there was a barrier, so I was trying not to get too close, and when I looked up, the car in front of me had moved, and there was a parked tow truck that was coming to get that car, so I hit it going 80, but immediately I thought I just killed us. I still get chills when I say that because I really thought we were dead, and by the grace of God, still here. So that was my NDE. But I didn't see any hellhounds, thank God.
Did your life pass quickly through your eyes?
It slowed down. It was very surreal. I don't know. I was calm in the moment, believe it or not. Might have been some shock. So we've got a Hollywood man had a frightening encounter with an unwelcome reptile, a little too close for comfort. I know this is one of Brown's biggest fears. 58-year-old John Riddle said Friday's trip to the bathroom left him a little freaked out. The source of the surprise, an iguana sitting in his toilet bowl.
Okay, now that didn't come out of the
I don't know.
pipe.
The best is I'm going to get my phone and take a picture of this thing.
Yeah, there is no way. That damn thing's too big.
Is it?
Looks aggressive too.
Is it showing its teeth? Is it mad?
It's just going, oh, hi.
Yeah. So my iguana Rex back in the day.
Wait. You had an iguana?
Yeah, I had an iguana.
Did it do this ever?
Yeah, it did.
Those are fun.
It normally used its tail more as the
defense mechanism.
The weapon of choice.
So it'd whip you,
but it would pop you
hard.
Yeah. But I remember, I had it my senior year of high school, my freshman year of college, and then it died.
What
Probably
were you
didn't help
doing?
that, I had fraternity brothers that would feed it grilled cheese and blow weed in its face.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Were you blowing smoke in his face?
I mean, I never did. I liked Rex a little bit. He started to wear on me. I'll tell you what got Rex, though. So we were living, my parents were building a house, and so we were living in some apartments. And it had one of those light switches. If you kill the switch, it kills all the power in the room.
Which is stupid, by the way.
It is. But iguanas have hot rocks where they can digest their food. Well, poor Rex, his hot rock got switched off for about a day. So I found Rex upside down. Be a painful way to go.
Yeah, it's the way we thought we were going to lose Rockstar one time. He died of constipation, didn't he?
10 days.
Yeah, we thought about it.
10 days, Rockstar.
10 days.
So this guy said he's not a reptile fan. He said he was splashing, hissing at me. Went to close the door. That's when it turned around, opened its mouth. That's all I needed to see. I backed off for a minute, tried to figure out what to do. Finally, he said the iguana dove into his pool and eventually ran into the backyard. I don't know if I believe that story.
I don't either. I think he was trying to flush this thing to get rid of it.
Okay, so I've got two more really cool stories.
All right.
The first, I don't know how this guy did this, but a San Diego man has visited all 193 countries in the world.
Straight out of countries.
I mean, this is amazing, and you're going to have to help me out, Rockstar. So, California man has reached his decade-long goal of visiting every country in the world when he took a tour of
Turkmenistan.
I've never heard of the country. I got to be honest with you.
It's one of the stands. You got Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan.
Have you ever heard of Turkmenistan?
I have not. It replaced what?
No, there's a lot of stands out there.
I mean, I think we've created this one since I was in school, right? I really feel like we only had 170 countries when I was in school.
Well, Ramblin' Randy there, I mean, that looks like that country's got a little money behind it, right?
That's right.
So San Diego resident Randy Williams, a.k.a. Ramblin' Randy, landed in the Central Asian country of Turkmenistan last week, a destination that was long delayed when the nation was closed to visitors for 4 years.
Sorry, folks.
Now, the trip allowed Williams, a local radio DJ known as R-Dub, to put the 193rd pin in his map, completing the project he started a decade earlier. Turkmenistan wasn't the only destination to face lengthy delays. Williams said he was told when he visited Syria last month that he was only the second tourist to be allowed in the country since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. Williams has now visited all 193 countries observed by the United Nations, as well as the 2 observer states, Vatican City and Palestine. He also made stops in disputed territories, including Kosovo, Western Sahara, and Taiwan. It would be a cool feat. I don't know if I want to see all 193 countries.
There's a lot of stuff you don't want. What I would love you guys to do one day is do the Sporkle Challenge and spelling counts, where you have to just type as many countries as you can think of, and there's 193. How many do you think you can get?
Oh.
Spelling counts, by the way.
And how long?
Oh.
I think they give you 15 minutes.
15 minutes?
15.
Probably could get 40.
Okay.
50.
No, again, spelling counts.
Yeah. Can you spell Kyrgyzstan?
I could not, or but by the way, I was right. This was part of the Soviet Union, I think I'm reading here, and then it became a country in 1991, well after I was in school. So this one wasn't on my map.
Now, here is the other story that we talked a little bit about with Clay Travis earlier, and this is pretty amazing. An OnlyFans model who goes by Talia Madison. spot on, went viral after revealing that she discovered that her stepfather was her #1 subscriber on the platform.
I've had time to think about this for an hour and 42 minutes now.
Do you think this was staged for her to get more?
Yes. This is a publicity stunt. Like this would be something like in Taylor's, world where she, is in charge of growth of viewers and listeners. She would have, in this girl's world, somebody came to her and said, you know what? If we have such an outlandish story that your stepdad was watching, this would make the news wires or make it on websites. People will talk about it, and that too will increase your fans.
Well, it's interesting what sticks with people because I go to Daily Mail all the time to look for stories, and there's another story today about a TikToker that has like 400,000 followers. That this is a national story on Daily Mail that she did a video in a bikini saying, "I'm tired of men looking at my large breasts." That was the story. There's nothing to the story, and it's just a picture of her in a bikini. And then she said, since then, this post has gone viral. It's like, why is that one viral when there's thousands of other stories like that? So, like, just like this girl, I think she's kind of
average.
Not average. I think she's kind of made the story up a little bit.
I don't think you think she's average. I think she looks pretty good.
She's about to go work out.
I mean, the neck up is.
Well, yeah, I mean,
have you made it past the phone yet?
It's out of focus.
Yeah.
Now I will say the legging, she probably wears a 6 and she's wearing a 2.
Yeah.
Painted on.
Yeah. Anyway, so Talia didn't reveal her age. I am guessing by that picture she is right at 30.
I was going to say 30 on the nose.
Yep. She stated that her stepfather has been in her life since she was 11 years old, and she added that on OnlyFans he spent $2,000 on custom content and every single video that she sent out. Now,
wrinkles around her lips, I'm going to say she has smoked before as well.
I wouldn't put it past her. Now, she keeps a pretty clean kitchen. Looks like she's only got a bottle of tequila back there. Talia got suspicious when someone under the same username from OnlyFans watched one of her TikTok videos. She was alerted that the TikTok user's phone number was in her contact list. She went on to say, quote, I narrowed it down to 6 people, and one of them was my stepdad. I went with my gut feeling. I messaged the OnlyFans account, and I said, I know who this is, and within 2 minutes, I got a text from my stepdad saying, hey, Ty, can we talk? After he was caught, Talia revealed in a second video that her stepdad, quote, denied it to all his friends, and obviously my mom got rid of him straight away, which tells me she's from England.
Got rid of him, yeah. She says mum.
Yeah, she added, but yeah, if you want to talk about family trauma, my stepdad watched me have sex with my partner for 2 months.
Wow.
But see, that's another thing. You're broadcasting this. People are going to watch it. You can't, I understand that it's just your stepdad, but you're putting it out there, and I can't believe.
Yeah, but if I'm the stepdad and I stumble across it, like
Correct.
I basically.
Do you tell her mother, like, hey, I saw your daughter?
I go to therapy for the next year, and I never go to OnlyFans again.
My biggest takeaway is I didn't know they had camels in England.
See, I got
see what you did there.
I see what they did.
6 to a 2.
Yeah. Or moose.
Lunsford with a back row laugh.
Yeah.
And that's trash?
That is trash, Dunaway. It is brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Look, buying a house, major milestone in life. Getting the right advice comes down to the right timing, and that's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. The housing market has its ups and downs. That perfect home you've had your eye on may be harder to come by, but with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. Plus, you're going to know exactly how much home you can buy, locally owned and operated. Call them today, 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Justin Hokanson with a interesting story about what Hugh Freeze has done with the roster. And then Ben Mintz from formerly with Barstool will be in studio with us in the final hour of the show. We'll talk to him about what's going on in his world. Brittany who? Mincy who? 15 minutes from now on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 637-0143.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Back with you on the Next Round show, being brought to you today by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. You're going to be in Vegas tomorrow, and you tell me that you have a lot of day baseball that you're looking forward to putting down a legal wager on out there.
Yeah, so look, I have the opportunity to walk into a sports book and do whatever I want. But the great thing about MyBookie is anywhere you are in the world, you can place that wager.
MyBookie.ag is giving you the chance to jump in there right now and get in, make some plays with Major League Baseball, lock in futures on your favorite club to win the World Series, or take advantage of crazy boosted odds via the MyBookie money bag going on right now, mybookie.ag. MyBookie makes it simple for you to sign up and play. You bet, you win, and they pay right now. Sign up at mybookie.ag and use our promo code NEXTROUND. Spell it out, next round, to secure a first deposit bonus up to $1,000. It's simple. Deposit $200 and play with $300 instantly. Just use the promo code NEXTROUND to claim your bonus. Whether you're a diehard or a casual fan, simply put, there's never been a better time to start exploring the world of online sports betting with MyBookie. MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. All right, a story that Justin Hokanson has up for you right now at Auburn Live. Chance that Justin will join the show tomorrow, so I will not give away details, but I'll just get an overview from you about the subject. And then we'll let Hokanson get into the details with us tomorrow. But at Auburn Live, this is the headline. Auburn football's transfer class. Roster sees massive increase in proven production. Chris Lowe with us earlier talked about the job Hugh Freeze has done, and he thinks that it will produce, this season. But time will tell, but there's no doubt he has transformed this roster. Not to Deion Sanders standards at Colorado,
but maybe better potential at Auburn than anything Deion is doing out in Boulder. 20 new players on campus, and whether it's a receiver from Ohio State or North Texas or somewhere else, I think he's got some playmakers here.
No, I do too. And Hugh is obviously an offensive guy, and this is a guy that obviously knows how to coach, but he is trying to build this roster and didn't like what he saw when he was on campus. I mean, it was almost comical, some of the sound bites we would have from Hugh and just the facial expressions, the exhaustion. Didn't seem to be in love with this team, but he's slowly building this. And again, I think it's going to be one of the more improved teams in the SEC this year. And I think within a couple of years, they'll have this thing on cruise control. And I think Auburn will be back to competing for championships.
JA says transfer from what, 5-7 to 6-6. I have seen some bowl projections that has Auburn in those 6-6 bowls again, but you think the potential is there, despite having one of the nation's toughest schedules, to get to 7, maybe 8 wins.
I think 7-5 or 8-4 is going to be the number. Now, look, I don't know what's going to happen with this the scandal that's kind of floated away for a little bit. I don't know, multiple people have been suspended. I don't know who those individuals are.
Over the video, the university suspending several people. It ends up being a Title IX case that you have to keep an eye on, but no names released for that. You don't know how it'll impact the season.
Yeah, so they're going to start out 3-0. They're going to win that game in Berkeley. And then you've got a 3-game stretch that is one of the most difficult in college football this year. And if you can just salvage one of those, I think they get their 8-4.
That includes Georgia and LSU?
It's at A&M, Georgia and Jordan-Hare, and at Tiger Stadium against LSU. That is a completely, might be, and I haven't checked this, it might be the most difficult 3-game stretch in college football.
That is what Justin Hokanson is talking about with Hugh Freeze. Hoke on our show tomorrow. Auburn Live, part of the On3 family. You can go read it in advance right now. Mintzy coming up in the next segment. One more thing to get to before we get to the top of the hour after LT tells us about our friends at Odie's.
Odie's Tavern tomorrow night, Wednesday night. Ryan Brown will pinch hit for me. Odie's Team Trivia, we do it every Wednesday at 8 o'clock. Join him and Rockstar and Will Haver. Get there early. Incredible food from Rodney Davis. This is that time of year. Really, really good crowds. A lot of fun. And you can get the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, ice cold beer buckets, full of the Bud Light, inside or outside. Get in tomorrow night or for lunch or dinner any day. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
I would tell you, Carmelo Anthony's retirement yesterday, we didn't mention on the show. We noticed it in the room when it was on SportsCenter. How do you remember Carmelo Anthony?
Well, do we have time for a quick 4 downs?
We can do it when Mintz is in here with us. We'll let him chime in on these 4 downs. It's part of it?
Yeah, I've got Carmelo in there.
Yeah.
But Carmelo had what I would consider an A career. Carmelo's a Hall of Famer.
No championships, but neither did Barkley, Karl Malone, Grant Hill. But he's a 3-time gold medalist, 4-time Olympian. His legacy may be the Syracuse championship, 1 or 2 good seasons getting the Knicks fans fired up in Madison Square Garden, but really what he did for Team USA in the Olympics.
Oh, look, man, I mean, he was a 2-time All-NBA second teamer. He was a 4-time All-NBA third teamer. That puts you in the top 10 and 15 players for 5 years. I mean, he was fantastic. And the way he carried, there's only to me, 10 examples of one guy that carries their team to a national championship. And he was one of those guys that did it as a true freshman. I thought he would have, I don't want to say more success. I mean, it's hard to, exceed expectations like LeBron James did. Carmelo Anthony was a fantastic player. I just always thought, for whatever reason, that he was kind of a me player. But, man, you go back to 2010 and those Denver teams that were right there with the Lakers. He averaged 31 points per game.
We'll ask Ben Mintzy, when he joins us in studio, what he thinks or remembers of Carmelo. He's a little younger than us, so maybe he doesn't like Carmelo at all or doesn't have a memory of Carmelo's 2003 national championship run with Syracuse. It was a heartbreaker for Auburn in that NCAA tournament back in the day. We roll on with Mintz in studio. This hour has been brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Open for lunch and dinner, easy to go. And when we get back to tailgating in 95 days, your perfect tailgate location, champyschicken.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show today, 95 days from football, but the SEC baseball tournament underway at the Hoover Met. Alabama scheduled to start at 4:30 against Kentucky. Auburn after that against Missouri. Single elimination day, and South Carolina is doing that to Georgia right now, 8-0 as they play game one out at the Met. Rain in the forecast all day, so check the start times before you get out there. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's today, celebrating 50 years with our friends at Wayne's. Now's a great time to sign up for Wayne's Lawn Care Service. Have the best looking lawn in your neighborhood this summer. Also mosquito protection so you can get out and enjoy your backyard. Save $50 on each service. Stack them together. Save $100 or more when you use our promo code TNR. TNR when you go to callwaynes.com or when you call 866-WAYNES1. TNR's for the next round. That's the promo code. Save $50 with each service while we celebrate 50 years. That's for new or existing customers. So you could have been with Wayne's for 50 years. Still get the savings with that promo code TNR. Go to callwaynes.com, 866-WAYNES1.
Man, a year flies. It was a year ago this week we met Ben Mintz, Mincy, Wake Up Mincy, formerly of Barstool Sports, in town for the SEC baseball tournament. He's an Ole Miss super fan. We'll get to all that. But it was a year ago you were actually in here, and the folks from Barstool were prank calling us.
Yeah, so it was. Like you said, I mean, what a crazy year, how fast it goes. You know, a year ago, I had that crazy video the night before at the Vandy Whistler that got like 2.8 million views, which is still my all-time biggest by far. And then, you know, I had a great time in here with the guys from the Yak and Big Cat and everybody prank calling. And it actually took me I didn't figure it out till like, of course, 30 or 40 minutes in because I'm naive. But happy to be back in here, and love what y'all do, and thank y'all for inviting me.
Yeah, look, I know it's been an interesting month for you, so let's just
we can talk about it.
Let's start with the obvious. You made a massive mistake on air, and a day or 2 days after, we talked about this last night at dinner, you were terminated by Barstool Sports. It was a dream job for you. You've been very remorseful. You've had a lot of people in your corner, but just where are you right now, and what are your plans?
Well, the thing is with it. All right, when I made that slip on air, I mean, you could see anybody that saw the clip. I mean, you could see my face just go white because it was an obvious, honest mistake. I was just like, as a joke, reading a song lyric. There was no malicious intent, and you know, I panicked after it happened. I mean, for the couple hours after, you know, I was definitely super shook. But a few hours later, Monday afternoon, I started calming down. And as it broke the next couple days, like Tuesday, I thought I was going to get suspended for like a month. And I was like, okay, you know, obviously I get it. And then Wednesday, it came out like that, you know, Dave Portnoy and Big Cat and Eric all super had my back at Barstool because obviously anybody with the brain realizes there was no malicious intent. Anybody that knows me knows that. And then, but Penn Gaming bought Barstool in 2020, and so it's a lot more corporate now. And look, you know, obviously I disagree with the decision they made, but I did put them in a bad spot, and that's their prerogative. They're running, you know, $1 billion business, and it is what it is. But life's a funny thing. You know, I kind of feel like I live on my own planet in my brain, and, you know, it's all just how you react to it. And I'm not going to sit around playing the victim and sitting at home and being depressed. I'm going to get on with my life, and that's exactly what I've done. You know, I joked, if you're going to get fired, do it during Jazz Fest in New Orleans. You know, couldn't be a better week for it, and went out and really enjoyed that from Wednesday to Sunday. And then I've actually been in the Carolinas the last 2 weeks. I made a run at the World Series of Poker Cherokee. The beauty is poker's always there when I'm not employed. So, but I got 78th in the World Series of Poker Cherokee main event for like almost $3,900, and went and saw some family and friends in the Highlands, went to the beach in Charleston, saw some people in Greenville, and, you know, on my way back to the Southeast, I'm here. And what's been interesting about this, I mean, there's been a lot, but the public thing has broke my way. And that was the thing after it happened. I'm like, man, I mean, I know people know me, that I'm not, you know, a malicious guy and all that, but I thought I'd be too hot, you know, maybe too hot to touch after it for a while. And it's not been that way at all. I think people are overwhelmingly sympathetic because, I mean, you'd like to think there's still some grace in this world. I mean, it wasn't, you know, it was just an honest mistake. And
for those that don't remember what happened, you were rapping.
Bone Thugs, Wake Up. So it was May 1st, and my show is Wake Up Mincy. So I thought as a joke, I'd rap Wake Up, it's the first of the month. And I was reading like it off my song lyrics, and I slipped on a lyric real quick.
It's a
as I was reading it.
Great song too. They were in town recently.
But despite my my appearance, other than country music, my second favorite genre is 90s rap.
Oh yeah.
So it's easy to get caught up in the lyrics, but you understood you made a mistake.
Oh, I instantly, and like I think I instantly knew it. I instantly snap apologized. I instantly got on Twitter and said I'm ashamed of myself. I slipped. I made a mistake. You know. But
you're sort of a newcomer, or were a newcomer at Barstool.
Yeah, I was about 2.5 years in.
The fact that they were defending you so strongly had to make you feel good
inside.
No doubt.
And the thing is I left Barstool with just total support from Barstool. Dave Portnoy, Big Cat, Erica Nardini, our CEO. I mean, when she FaceTimed me on the Wednesday letting me know I was getting let go, she was like crying, all but crying. I mean, she was so upset. She's like, I fought Penn for 24 hours for you, and I didn't win, and I'm so sorry. But like I said, I think it's all perspective. You know, I've been fired before. I got let go in Bossier City before COVID. And I guarantee you I didn't have the offers and options then that I have now, you know? And so it's not something I've never dealt with. It's been interesting being out in public, you know, because I was out at Jazz Fest and very visible the last few weeks playing World Series of Poker. And people were walking up to me like, sorry, like I'm dead. I'm like, I'm not dead. I mean, I got fired. I lost a job. There's going to be another job soon and life's going to go on. And, you know, I think it's just all how you deal with it. I'm excited about the future. I have plenty of opportunities, and hey, I mean, I'm getting to go out to Vegas and play the World Series of Poker and work this summer. I mean, I feel like it's like I'm in high school or college going to summer camp. It's
Look, I mean, we feel like we're at summer camp. I mean, what we do is not really work. We come in and we enjoy ourselves, but ultimately the goal is one day, hopefully somebody will sweep in and buy us. And once you do that, you lose control because, you know, the Barstool method, the thought process is anti-cancel culture.
Oh, yeah.
And that was the biggest irony in this whole thing because I know Dave and Big Cat fought for you because it goes against everything they believe in.
Yeah, that was the ironic part of it. And the other ironic part of it is you think about like the history of Barstool. I mean, I would think I'm one of the least controversial people that's been there. Like I don't, you know, on purpose, I hold back my language on air. You know, I try to be above board all the time. And, you know, the week before I'd raised like $50,000 for families fighting child cancer on the Yak when I ran that 57-41 10K. And everybody saw that, you know. And so, you know, I thought that kind of, I think that's actually worked publicly and that people have seen all that and seen, because Barstool is so, you know, every detail of your life is out there on social media. And I think people that have gotten to know me the last 2.5 years, I'm getting the benefit of the doubt just through what they've seen.
I try not to divide the country, but I mean, you're a white guy from the South.
Mhm.
You think that played anything into it? I mean, you're an Ole Miss guy.
Yeah, so I thought that, so I'll be honest, that was what made me, so when after the incident happened, I was panicking because I'm so conscious of, like, I try so hard to represent Ole Miss well. And, you know, I'm very conscious of that. I have a great relationship with school, the athletic department, everything. I mean, Lane Kiffin. And the last thing I would ever want to do is embarrass Ole Miss. And that was part of what, in a weird way, like, as bad as it was for me, I wasn't as worried about me. I was more worried about Ole Miss and my family that have to deal with the fallout of it. But I've gotten total, you know, everybody from Oxford and Ole Miss, I've gotten, you know, I haven't heard anything negative from there at all. And then as far as my mom and sister and family has all been super supportive. I mean, you know, I think anybody that knows me had just made a very stupid but honest mistake. And, you know, I think people get that.
I mean, I give you a lot of props for how you've handled it. You know, again, talking at dinner last night, you said, look, I never was going to play victim. I've been able to hold my head high. I told you I probably would be really, really bitter. I think a lot of people would. Dunaway, I would assume you would be bitter if you were fired. I mean,
you know, I'm a mental weakness. There's a good chance I would still be in a dark place with my blinds pulled down, crying in the fetal position.
well, I mean, especially when you get your dream job. I mean, that was your dream job.
Yeah, I didn't. Well, the thing was, I wasn't a big stoolie before, and so when I got hired by Barstool, it was like I followed Dave and Big Cat. But it was funny because everybody was freaking out when I got hired by Barstool, and I just knew it was a big deal, but I wasn't like a big Barstool fan. And I think that actually helped me adjust to where I was never nervous because I hadn't built it up in my head so much. But yeah, I mean, obviously.
Yeah, see, that's my problem is that you grew to be my 12th favorite Barstool character. And I hate losing somebody in my top 15 like that.
Yeah, well, like I said, I think life's a funny thing. It's just all how you deal with it. And I think, you know, people laugh at me when I say this. I'd call it mental gymnastics is the stuff I do. I mean, I feel like I'll try to spin anything that's horrible and negative. I'll find some way to, like, put it in a positive light in my brain. And that's what I'm trying to do here. And, you know, it was one funny benefit to this was I was on the Most Dangerous Game show in Colorado for a week. I was supposed to be on it, and it sounded like living hell. You know, you were freezing out in the woods and the mountains for 5 days, doing all kinds of crazy stuff and I got out of that, at least. I got to go to Jazz Fest instead. So that part of it made me happy. But in general, I think it's just all how you look at stuff. And, you know, I'm very lucky. I mean, this is so different from when I got fired before COVID. You know, I had some contacts in Louisiana then in 2020, but nothing like I have now. I mean, I had 3,200 Twitter followers when I got hired by Barstool, and I have 122,000 now. And so when I got hired by Barstool, in my head, I was thinking you never nothing lasts forever. I was thinking I'll probably be there 3 to 5 years. Hopefully I'll build up a really big following, and then I'll have a lot of options. Obviously, I didn't quite make it 3 to 5 years, but it seemed like I built up a big following, and now I have options. So it seems like a success when you look at that picture.
I'm a third chance guy. I mean, everybody, you talked about grace. We all make mistakes. I've got this feeling one day you will end up back at Barstool.
Well, look, the thing on that is Big Cat, Dave Portnoy, and Erica have all said it. Like, we want you back. I have no idea where Penn Gaming is on it. I'm not going to sit around and wait on that. That's great. I love that I'm leaving Barstool with full support. I absolutely love that from the top people, and I cherish those relationships. But, like I said in the video at the waterfall, I got to get on with the damn thing, I'm not going to sit around waiting on that phone call. I'm going to do what I think is best for my career. This is a fascinating crossroads point, though. I mean, I turn 40 next week, too, and this is kind of a spot you really only get once or twice in your life and your career where I'm at. And so that's why I'm trying to be extremely calculated. Anybody that's talking to me, I'm listening to everything. I'm just flattered to have any opportunities. And taking the Poker Go thing is a perfect 6-week bridge while I figure out this next thing. And I mean, I'm looking to get something that starts probably in August before football season for sure. And I'd like to stay in New Orleans, but you never know.
So you're open to listening to anything, huh?
Anything. And look, anybody that comes my way, I'm taking any and all meetings. And I'm, like I said, I feel just lucky to have opportunity.
Did Vandy replace the Whistler? Like, do you need to go out there and take care of the next person?
So I tweeted that out yesterday. Like, going to the SEC tourney, the Vandy Whistler better have eyes in the back of his head. And all these Vanderbilt fans got up in arms on my Twitter. I was obviously joking.
So he did not pass away. That was
was like a hoax, but there were 2 of them. So I'm sort of confused.
Right. Yeah, because I think one of them might have passed away.
One of them might have, man. Well, Big Cat was blaming, there was like the whole interrogation of did I kill him and as a joke. But yeah, I don't know. I guess we're going to find out tomorrow night, hopefully, if they get to that game. Vandy's the super late night game on Wednesday. So, I mean, I guess we'll find out.
So if we transition, you mentioned you're in with a lot of the people in the athletics department in Oxford. You mentioned Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin right now, where's the Ole Miss fan base on him?
So, look, that was an ugly situation, the way it went down last year. Before the Egg Bowl with all the rumors and the breaking stuff. And, the season, just ended. I mean, it was like the season was kind of like a car crash down the stretch. I mean, they had 7-0 start, but, I mean, a real weak schedule, first 4 weeks. I mean, didn't play anybody. Had a good home win over Kentucky. He was ranked high at that point. But, overall, they kind of had I don't want to say, it turned out to be a fool's goal, 7-0, and then they ended up 8-5, going 1-5 down the stretch. There was some bitterness from Ole Miss fans, just because the Egg Bowl is such a big deal in Mississippi, and that story, it certainly distracted the team. They played great against Alabama, almost won that game, ended up on the 15-yard line and losing when they didn't convert the 4th down. But completely no-showed in Fayetteville the next week when the rumors started. It distracted everybody with the Egg Bowl. Kiffin ultimately decided to stay. Look, I told Lane, I met with him in his office. I was like, man, I'm just thrilled you stayed. I know some fans may be more bitter, but I think people just got to realize perspective. Like, Lane's not a Mississippi guy. Of course he's going to listen to offers that are out there for his career. And I thought it was awesome that he stayed instead of going to Auburn. I mean, Tommy Tuberville obviously left for Auburn. And Auburn has, I'm not going to lie, probably a stronger overall football tradition than Ole Miss does. And so.
Wait, you said probably?
Okay, they definitely do. I'll say definitely.
Yeah.
But the point is, and they have a bigger fan base and more resources. But, I help with the Grove Collective, the Ole Miss NIL. And, man, the NIL program stepped up huge for Ole Miss, and I think that was a massive part of keeping Lane. Was there was this narrative that Ole Miss doesn't have the money, and that was not true at all. And Ole Miss actually had a bigger NIL, more money than Auburn did at the time, and I think that was a huge part of why.
I'll ask you this question. I want your honest answer here, and then we'll take a break and we'll come back. We're going to go with Mintzy to the top of the hour. If you had your choice of former or current Ole Miss coaches.
Oh, Kiffin or Freeze?
Would you rather have Lane Kiffin or Hugh Freeze? Be honest.
Yeah, hold it.
Note, you're going to hold it?
Yeah, I think we hold it.
Okay, hold it.
Let me think on the break on that one, because there's a lot.
Now, don't give me this political correct BS, because you got to deal with Lane Kiffin in Oxford. I want your real honest opinion. If you could go back what Hugh Freeze was building.
I was there for that, too, because I went back and finished school during the Freeze here at 14. I knew I wanted to go back to Ole Miss to finish my degree, and I planned it exactly during the peak of the Freeze here. So I was pretty entrenched in that.
I know
too.
my answer, And I'm a huge Lane Kiffin fan, but I know my answer. We'll get his answer coming up.
All right.
Dr. B.
You know my answer. It's going to be obvious.
Since the last time you were here, show him your hair.
Oh,
man.
yeah. Look at that, Mintz.
114% hair growth.
Mintz probably didn't even realize it because I had a hat on. But, yeah, my hair.
You had to slick back here last night.
Yeah, I wasn't wearing a hat last night.
No, you
But
weren't.
look,
No.
he uses Dr. B. I do not. So big difference right here.
I've never, it's funny, I never have put products in my hair my entire life until like the last month, but I'm trying to get pretty professional here at turning 40.
Yeah, you got no problem with the hair. You don't have to worry about it.
I got bad metabolism and good hair. What are you going to do? God gives everybody blessed.
Yeah, I heard you ran a 10K.
Yeah.
I mean, you just said that.
I've been pretty good. For what I look like, I work out. I feel pretty good these days.
T3hair.net. If you start to thin out a little bit, Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to go see. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. 205-319-0316, T3hair.net. And remember, Dr. B also offering Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. Beckenstein to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Ben Mintz in studio, Mintzy, formerly with Barstool, waiting to see what his next job will be. It'll be World Series of Poker next. We'll get back into the conversation with him, but want to bring back something we always love doing, and that's the viewing menu. We took a little break from that, but Rockstar is about to tell us what he's watching tonight. I did get to see the Secession episode. I watched it last night.
How about the acting?
Unbelievable. It was my favorite episode of all time.
Well, so there were moments, and that's one of those shows you laugh, and you probably shouldn't laugh at some of the stuff. So early on, some of the Roman stuff that you probably shouldn't laugh at, there were those comedic moments. But I've thought this entire year, and I've said this before, that Kieran Culkin is going to win major awards, and I think that solidified at that performance.
Yeah, it was extremely believable.
Yeah,
it was a realistic performance.
Oh man, it was just, I don't know, good stuff. Anyway, it's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art, and they want you to save the date. They're going to have a spring open house with artist Daniel A. Moore. This is coming up Thursday, June 1st. It is going to be from 3 o'clock till 7 o'clock. Meet and greet with artist Daniel A. Moore. He will be available to sign or personalize your items, your artwork, exclusive announcement of upcoming projects, special discounts available during the open house. Light refreshments will be served. You can RSVP now with our friends at New Life Art. Just go to danielmooreart.com or call 800-735-2787.
Today is Tuesday, May 23rd. It is a big day. Do you know why?
May 23rd.
First off, it's my brother's 50th birthday. Happy birthday, Eric.
Oh, shout out to Eric. Because
Sunday, Biggie, Notorious B.I.G., that was his birthday, I believe, would have been 51 that long ago.
I'm going to say Bama Rush. The documentary's out.
That's coming, but today is the day that HBO Max turns just into Max.
Yep.
We got 2 new shows. You got The Gremlins, Secrets of the Mogwai. It's an animated series they're producing. It premieres tonight. And Smart Less on the Road, a 6-part docuseries of the podcast with Will Arnett, Jason Bateman, and Sean Hayes. They do a podcast that's very popular. I don't know what they talk about. Never heard it. I'm not the biggest Will Arnett fan. Love Jason Bateman.
Yeah, I've listened to it. It's they talk about everything.
Yeah, Bethany, my ex, listens to it all the time, and so does Jack. Jack loves it.
So I don't know if it's just following them do the doing the podcast, or I don't know if it's no scripts or whatever it's doing. But that's on tonight because Max is now no longer HBO Max.
That's the new live viewing menu. Do you watch Succession? Do you watch TV?
I want to check it out. Like, I honestly don't watch tons of it. I mean, I kind of usually watch YouTube TV or YouTube at night and watch listen to Joe Rogan's podcast, listen to some podcast kind of stuff. I was a big Sopranos and Wire fan back in the day, but I need to watch Succession, and I still have never seen Game of Thrones, which people shame me on a lot.
This guy has been the biggest proponent for The Wire over the years.
Yeah, I'm big Wire guy.
And he thinks Succession may pass The Wire, maybe number one all
how
time.
Many seasons was this?
It's a 4.
4,
yeah.
okay.
So one episode, like, you can knock it out in 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's strong enough recommendation to me to get on it.
I want to bring that. Did you ever see Justified?
I never did.
Okay, so it was based on a short story by Elmore Leonard, and they turned it into, I think it was 6 seasons with Timothy Olyphant. They're bringing it back on Hulu. They're doing Justified City. I don't even know what this word is, but anyway, it's going to be Raylan Gibbons again. So if you were a Justified fan, it is premiering June 1st of this year on Hulu. So
usually the reboots are not that great, right?
I don't know, man. I mean, this was a really good show. It was one of my guilty pleasures.
Didn't 24 come back for a second?
Oh, it came back, and it did not do well because it was a different actor. It was a different portrayal.
I guess I got a little more free time on my hands, so maybe I can.
Yeah, so
maybe he can get into it.
Well, he's going to, before you answer the question that Dunaway threw in, I think it's a fascinating question. He's got 90 days. He's got a room in Vegas for 90 days.
Or it's not quite 90, but I think it's like 650 something. It's like June 2nd to like July 20th.
So you're basically doing a residency.
Yeah, I got to be careful. So I've done the whole summer World Series of Poker thing in Vegas. I did it in 2010, 11, and 12. And I'm telling you, you got to be real careful with how you approach it because you're out in that desert heat for a long time. And then poker, it's such a grind. I think it's all about like staying balanced and having a plan and making sure you try to eat healthy and exercise and know it's a marathon, not a sprint. Because I mean, a lot of times what gets people out there is the main event doesn't start till July 4th or 5th. And all these top players in the world their brains are fried 5-6 weeks in, and so you got to be real conscious of that.
So do you get out there early just to play and?
There's all kinds. So it's 6 weeks long because there's all kinds of smaller events too. And so the first event I'm gonna play is $1,000 buy-in on Saturday, June 3rd. And I'm going to start with that. And the thing with Poker Go is they've been so cool to me. I'll just shine light on how poker actually works. So I have backers, investors, because I mean, 10,000 is a lot for a poker tournament, but I have investors that have faith in me that put me in $1,500 buy-ins and down and the main event. So I'll be looking to play 1,500s, 1Ks, $600 buy-ins, staying away from the 5 and 10Ks that are tougher fields. Like where I think I am in poker, I still think I'm very good, but I'm not one of the top in the world. So I'm always looking to play in the tournaments I feel I have a big edge in. And so I'll be doing that. And then the Poker Go thing, they're just like, hey, when you're not playing World Series, just come do stuff for us. And I'll be doing reporting in the wild. And also, I think I'm going to get to do some play-by-play of some stuff. So.
Oh, that's fantastic. I wish I'd have planned ahead. Lunsford, our back row guy, is a big poker guy, too. We should have had Mintzy get up here during the 11 o'clock hour when we should have played an hour of poker out there.
Yeah, heads-up poker. It would be fun.
That would have been a blast. Gosh,
we'll do it next time.
Next time you're in town.
I told him when he's out in Vegas, we're going to be broadcasting from new bar out there. And I don't know. We're trying to finalize the details. It's going to be June or July. So there's a chance
I love
that we'll have a crossover there. But I was telling earlier on the show that I can't make it 2 days. I can't imagine being out there 2 months.
Yeah, it's a mindset thing. Like I won't be doing, and also, I'm a big live music guy, but obviously I'm pretty outspoken that I don't drink alcohol. And so when I'm going out there, I mean, this is a business trip. I'm going to be firing WSOP. Trying to stay in decent shape and working for Poker Go, that's going to get all my time. I mean, that's it. That's going to be it. And so I'm going to make sure I leave in late June for a week or 10 days. I might pop up in Omaha at the College World Series, depending on who makes it. I'm definitely going to pop up in Denver and try to go hiking and see some music at Red Rocks. And that stuff will keep me mentally sane because you just can't do the whole 6 weeks. It's too much. It'll beat you down.
Luntz and Mintzy with a WSOP podcast throughout the summer. It'd be really good. Thank you, Bobby, in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. So if you missed it last segment, Mintz brought up about the Lane Kiffin situation where he didn't leave, but he flirted with Auburn, how it ended up going from 7-0 to an 8-4 season. He briefly, and he dialed it back, talked about maybe Auburn. He said maybe Auburn has a better football history than Ole Miss, and I said maybe. So I asked the question, since you went maybe there, would you rather have Lane Kiffin, who stayed and didn't go to Auburn, or Hugh Freeze, one-time Ole Miss coach who is at Auburn? Which coach would you have if it was a dream scenario?
If it was a dream scenario, I'm going to stay sick. I'm sticking with Lane. I know, and a lot of it's got to do with the off-field stuff. Like I think Lane has been so good for the brand of Ole Miss football and just the entertainment factor. And also just, look, I think Hugh Freeze is – I mean, I'm not saying Lane's even a better football coach than Hugh Freeze. I'm literally not saying it. I'd just rather have him overall running my program because the way Freeze did all the recruiting and everything that happened, and then I didn't like how he – and look, I know everybody, now we live in the NIL era, so it's a totally different world. But just the way he presented himself and handled everything – left a bad taste.
Well, you don't seem like the kind of guy that should be throwing stones at Hugh Freeze here, to be honest.
I love Hugh Freeze.
Second chances here.
Yeah,
now.
I agree. Like I said, I just...
No, and it's interesting that you say... what's interesting is that Hugh Freeze actually got busted doing something salacious when you hear all the rumors and innuendos when it comes to Lane.
But no, look, I'm not here to cast a stone on anybody. I shouldn't say that. Look, I think Freeze is... Look, I'll tell you the thing about Hugh Freeze. It don't matter what he does. He's going to win.
Yeah.
I mean, he's coached state championship girls, high school basketball. He's won at every level. High school, Arkansas State, Ole Miss, Liberty. He's going to win at Auburn. And the thing with Freeze, he knows how to win big games as an underdog. Like, that's his thing. The thing with the Freeze teams, they'll lose some games they're supposed to win. Like, he kind of have some no-show games. But, man, when it's a big game and he's an underdog, and that fits with all, obviously, show what he can do against Bama.
And you saw it back-to-back years against Bama, and you said you were at school.
Both.
You were at both games?
Oh, yeah, I was at both. Yeah, no. Look, Freeze is a phenomenal football coach.
Did you run on the field? Did you rush the field?
I did not. I almost did. I should have. I was in the student section.
Yeah, see, I think Hugh is the better coach. I think Lane is really good for the Ole Miss brand.
That's a very undiplomatic, weak answer.
But if I'm
an
Auburn fan,
that's kind of where I'm at with it.
If I'm an Auburn fan, I'm more excited about getting Hugh than them almost getting Lane
Hugh's
Kiffin.
also extremely motivated. I think it's going to be a great fit. I think he's going to do an awesome job at Auburn. And I think Auburn, I've always said forever that I think Auburn Stadium atmosphere is the most underrated in the SEC. I think it's, people always talk about, Death Valley and Swamp and all the places. I mean, it gets rowdy at Auburn. And I mean, like I remember last year when they were 1-5, that game against A&M that Cadillac was coaching. I mean, Like, where else in the
Insane.
country
Yep.
would you have a team that's won that few games to have that kind of an atmosphere in like a 13-10 game or whatever it was? And so I think Auburn's got super passionate fan base, and I think Freeze is going to do well. And also, what's weird for me is my closest contact in the Ole Miss athletic department left Ole Miss for Auburn, Paris Buchanan, so Auburn, he was close with John Cohen, obviously went from Mississippi State to Auburn, and there was somebody under Cohen he was close with, which is why I got hired. But like Paris is like life for Ole Miss family, went to Ole Miss, worked for the athletic department for like 14 years, and like him leaving for Auburn was like, surprising, to say the least. And so, I'm pulling for him for sure, but that's been interesting.
Okay, 2 more segments. Lance has a lot of questions for you, including we'll throw in a 4 downs where you get to show us your sports knowledge as well. Show being brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. If your friends who are in town grilling and still looking for some meat, New York Butcher Shop, the place to get the best cuts in town.
Hey, I mentioned this. So Memorial Day ribs weekend, you can get they'll smoke them for you. Slab spares $28.99 each. Slab baby backs $29.99 each. Reservations are suggested. They should be ordered by Thursday, May 25th. You can call the Greystone location 205-703-8825. The Cahaba Heights location 205-970-7300. I know how I'm buying my wine moving forward. 15% off the case.
It's great.
Jim sent me a text. Do you remember Woodrow gave me the deal on that? I'm
Yes.
getting a better deal on this case, same brand. But I talked to Jim this morning, and I'm going to pick up the case after work today.
Is that the show deal? I can get the same deal at some point?
I can get you the same deal. I mean, it's the same deal for everybody. It's 15% off. But again, New York Butcher Shop for Memorial Day. They've got great ribs. They've got the Boston butt for $39.99. Book the reservations today. Get in, see Jim and that great staff.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Let me introduce you to the new line of Red Wing athletic work shoes. This great new line is perfect for the industrial athlete, the guy who is working on concrete or running through the warehouse all day long. Red Wing Athletics use the same technology found in a running shoe, with soft mesh uppers, a lightweight aluminum toe for protection, and non-slip soles. This shoe is a winner. This comfortable new line of safety shoes are perfect for warehousing and light manufacturing. Plus, the colors look great. Stop by your local Red Wing shoe store, have your feet measured, and test drive a new pair of Red Wing athletic work shoes.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, Trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Back with you on the next round. Right here to start the segment, LT's going to give us 4 downs, and we're going to include Mintz in this and let him get his opinion in on some of these sports and entertainment questions. They're brought to you by our friends at Slice. Mintz learned this last year. While you're in town, the best pizza in town is right there at Slice.
It is. Specialty pizza, local ingredients from that soul pie, the wing and a prayer, Hot Mama, our new favorite, the Bajaya special. To check out all these different specialty pizzas, go online, go to slicebirmingham.com. 4 locations, the original in Lakeview, 1 in Vestavia, 1 in Crestline Park now, and in Montevallo. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
Carmelo Anthony retires yesterday. If I asked you better Syracuse career, and I'm talking about the entirety, not only in college, but also in their professional careers, Carmelo Anthony or Marvin Harrison?
Mintz, I'll let you go
So
first.
you're talking about so this is just overall career?
Yeah.
Counting college and pro?
Close, isn't it?
No, because you got the national title in college for Carmelo.
But you got a Super Bowl championship for Marvin.
I'm going Marvin Harrison just because of longevity. I just think his longevity was better. I mean, I know Carmelo played forever, but I mean, you think about when you talk about Marvin Harrison, you're saying what, a top 10 wide receiver in NFL history? I think
you can make that argument.
It's close, yeah.
Okay, Carmelo Anthony. Great player, but I mean, would you say he's a top 10 small forward in NBA history?
I would not.
I don't think so.
Now, a lot more pressure on Carmelo because in his sport, he usually had to be the alpha.
Yep.
And you had Reggie Wayne to help out. You had
Peyton Manning.
You had Peyton Manning at quarterback. You had a good running game. But I'm going to go Marvin Harrison as well. I mean, Hall of Famer. Guys, Carmelo's a Hall of Famer, but I'm going to go Marvin Harrison for everything he said. And it seemed like he did it at a higher level longer.
Well, look, I know he had Peyton Manning, but he did win a Super Bowl, and he was 3-time first-team All-Pro. Not Pro Bowl, All-Pro.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
So, and, Carmelo was never a first-team NBA guy. Second team, third team, but never a first team. So I would agree with you guys. I would go Marvin Harrison.
Second down.
I went to that Final Four when Carmelo won it.
Okay, so I got celebrity birthdays here. These aren't going to be great, but just bear with me.
Okay.
Okay, so Jewel is 49 years old today. Who had the better career or has the better career, Jewel or Sheryl Crow?
Oh, that's tough because I'm you may not know this. You don't watch the show every day. I'm the most feminine guy on the show.
Okay.
So I'm a big Lilith Fair guy. I occasionally will go back and watch the concerts from the 90s. Both of them were a big part of Lilith Fair.
He literally ovulates once a month. We've talked about this.
Yeah, it's a big part of the show. We have a sponsor for it. Just for the chat room, I'll flail my arms a couple of times here because they're talking about how much I talk with my arms. I'm going to go that Sheryl Crow had more hits, but I prefer Jewel as an artist more, if that makes any sense. Sheryl Crow, better career, but for my personal taste, I'm a Jewel person. And I'm a Jewel person specifically just for the way she roasted Rob Lowe. It was if you ever want to go back and see that roast, that was fantastic.
See, I never saw it.
Yeah,
I never saw the roast, but I'm going to go Sheryl Crow. I just personal preference. I always like Sheryl Crow's music more. I think Jewel might have been a bigger pop culture icon, but Sheryl Crow, great longevity, a lot of hits.
I'm trying to see here. So Jewel sold 30 million records, and you think Sheryl's over that?
I would say yes. She had more hits.
Sheryl Crow, here we go. She sold, where is it? Son of a bitch. How's it not have it on here?
There's so many.
Oh, 50 million, yeah.
Wow, okay. I feel like Sheryl Crow definitely had more longevity.
Yeah, I think Sheryl Crow was better looking. I like Jewel's music better, though. I don't really
me
like
too.
either other musics, but I think Jewel was more talented. Rocky, would you go Jewel?
Oh, Sheryl Crow all the way because
Okay.
Jewel had to switch from pop to country, and now she's
Is she still married to that bull rider?
That I do not know. And Sheryl Crow's been forever. She can play bass and guitar. She sung with Kid Rock.
I thought the bull rider guy died, and I'm not joking.
No, that's Lane Frost, the guy that Luke Perry played him in a movie.
Yeah, more than one bull rider has died in the history of all time.
I don't think Jules' husband, the bull rider, died.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
I'll tell you right now. I mean, she's got says her spouse is Ty Murray. They got divorced.
Oh, it is Ty Murray.
He's got a Wikipedia page, and he is still breathing.
All right.
Yes, so
Third down.
Sorry about that, Ty Murray.
53 years old. Okay, so Drew Carey is 65. If I asked you the better follow-up job to a legend on their game show, is it Drew Carey from Bob Barker on Price is Right, or is it Steve Harvey from Richard Dawson on Family Feud?
I like Steve Harvey. I know he gets a bad rap. I think he's,
Original Kings Comedy is one of the best specials ever.
I've always liked his comedy. It's hard to do a game show. I was not a fan of Richard Dawson, though. Bob Barker to Drew Carey would be the way I'll go, only because the front end of that is better than the front end of the other combination.
That's what I'm going to go with, too. It's just weird, though, because Bob Barker was the you think Drew Carey, you think about a lot of other stuff. I don't necessarily even think about The Price is Right.
I really don't. I don't
know.
know.
I honestly almost forgot that happened until y'all just brought it up.
I don't know if I've ever seen it with Drew Carey. No,
I don't either. I always remember Bob Barker was The Price is Right, and then always the Happy Gilmore, The Price is Wrong, Bob.
That's right. That's right.
But those were probably my two game shows growing up that I liked the most. Richard Dawson was kind of a creep. He would be canceled now for sure. But I like Steve Harvey a lot more than Drew Carey.
You got away with a lot more in the 70s than you do now in the 20s.
Yeah.
Fourth down.
Aaron Donald, best player in the NFL, 32 today. Ultimately better career. Nikola Jokic or Aaron Donald?
Oh, man. Well, okay.
This is great. Tough.
This is a great question. So Jokic is, his whole...
he is the best player in the world.
No,
right
he
now.
is, and he should have won a third MVP. And the whole knock on him was he couldn't do it in the playoffs, and that doesn't seem to be a problem anymore.
No.
With that sweep of the Lakers. Still, Donald is the best defensive tackle ever. I mean, look, to affect the game the way he does from inside. I mean, you never. Somebody say something.
Donald did, when you go back against San Francisco, he forced that final turnover. He's always double teamed. The run on second down, he stopped a first down that would have extended that drive, and I think the game goes to overtime. So Donald makes those little plays a lot of people don't notice, and he is just so dominant. But Jokic is the best in the world right now. I'm going to go Donald because I'm biased.
No, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to go Aaron Donald. Jokic can pass him, but I'm going to go Aaron Donald. Now, Jokic is about to win a championship, it looks like.
I got to make the one. I hope so.
Pass Wilt Chamberlain for triple doubles in a playoff season. So I understand your difficulty here. Slight edge to Aaron Donald for me. Was Reggie White technically a defensive tackle or defensive end? Defensive end?
I think an end. But he was like a 3-4 end, though.
Yeah. I think probably listed as a defensive end.
I think most people say that Aaron Donald's the greatest defensive tackle.
So I'll go Aaron Donald. You?
I'll go Donald too. But Jokic, when he wins this if he wins this title in 2 weeks, bring it up.
Okay. So Mintz booking his return visit to bring back up and defend Jokic there. All right, one more segment just with Mintz. No more of our silly games. I thought when we were doing 4 downs there, Mintz was over there thinking, how did I end up here doing 4 downs in Birmingham on a Tuesday?
I love doing sports. I used to have a 3-hour show every day. This is the stuff I miss, man. I love doing stuff.
So you've asked for it when we come back. Mintz karaoke? Is that what we're doing that?
No rap songs.
No. So no karaoke from Mintz. One more segment to go. That was 4 downs brought to you by Slice.
4 locations, again, for lunch or dinner. Get in and see the Bajaya Brothers, Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, Crestline Park. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27, just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road. Or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
Back with you. Final segment of the show today. Brought to you by our great friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. And our friends at Coke Zero. I've enjoyed mine throughout the show here today. Congratulations again to Henry Knight, who won our Coca-Cola Zero game experience tomorrow night with the Birmingham Legion against the MLS Charlotte FC team that's in town, Protective Stadium. I was incorrect. Of the 16 teams left, there are 2 from the USL, Birmingham and Pittsburgh. Everyone else is MLS. So we'll see if Birmingham can pull the upset and survive tomorrow night, Protective Stadium, bhmlegion.com for tickets. Ben Mintz, we've called him Ben Mintz today more than we ever have. It used to be just Mincy. We've been too formal with him today. Mincy's in studio, one more segment. Dylan Cruz of LSU, best baseball player you've ever seen in person or no? College baseball player.
Yeah, best. I mean, what he ended up? I know he was over 500 for a lot of the year. I don't know what he ended up.
I think coming into the tournament, he's 486, 13 home runs, 53 RBIs,
insane.
633 on base percentage, 861 slugging.
There's 9 people out in the field. Like, even if you don't ever strike out, like, how does the ball not find someone 50% of the time? I mean, to hit 4, I know that people have done that, but how do you hit 486? That's
like I thought Todd Walker was a great player, but I mean, this is Robin Ventura, Incavilla, some of those old Oak State players.
Yeah.
But this is next level.
No, this is crazy. And he's done it SEC Player of the Year, back-to-back years. Should be the number 1 overall pick. 5 tools. I mean, he's like if you're going to draw up a baseball player from like a dream video game.
Do you have any idea who's got the number 1 pick?
Pirates, I think.
Okay.
Because there have been people saying the Pirates are going to get Cruz.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
Well, and the Pirates are playing pretty well. Hey, so you're in New Orleans now. That's home base.
Yes, I moved back beginning of the year. I lived there from 09 to 14, and I always wanted to go back, and it's been spectacular.
Yeah, I always have a great time. I mean, if you can't have fun in New Orleans, you can't have fun anywhere. I've always known Saints fans are very dedicated to their team there. But is it an underrated sports town overall?
I think it's a really fun one because the thing with the fans are very, very petty in a good way. Like, they're very, you always see some good hostility with the Saints and even the Pelicans fans. And I like that bitterness, and, that makes it pretty awesome. The Superdome it hadn't been rocking quite as much the last couple of years because, some of the momentum fell off coming out of the Breeze Payton era. But the Superdome's always great. The thing that's been recent is they've improved so much. The Pelicans used to have horrible atmospheres, and now that's gotten really fun. They've done a good job of that. The thing with New Orleans, though, is it's not that they're lucky to have two pro sports teams because there's only like 400,000 or 500,000 people there.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
It's not that big of a city. And the Saints pull from the whole Gulf Coast because everybody grew up Saints fans, but the Pelicans is kind of trying to get bigger. But, yeah, I think it's a very, very good sports town. And then obviously LSU only being an hour away, so you got that element too. And Tulane, hey, Cotton Bowl champs, man. The Tulane thing this year was unbelievable.
Yeah. What do you think of them this year? Because Ole Miss has a tough game with them down there on campus.
Yeah, unbelievable how did we end up with an Ole Miss at Tulane 5 minutes from my house game?
Brown tried to tell him last night there will be more Ole Miss fans at the Tulane game.
I know Tulane's. I'm telling you, they were going nuts though after how good they were. I mean, it was over 200 cheapest ticket to get in that American Championship game when they beat UCF, and they brought. I mean, I feel like any alum from that school went to the Cotton Bowl because, they had a really good crowd. I think that Ole Miss Tulane game is going to be an incredibly high-demand ticket because it's only 25,000 seats in that new stadium. And, that's going to be a tricky game for Ole Miss. Tulane's got Michael Pratt back, quarterback. They lost Sharp, the star running back, and they lost their top two linebackers who were both studs. But, Willie Fritz's a heck of a coach, man, and I thought he was going to go to Georgia Tech. That was big for Tulane keeping him.
Keeping the coach, and that was the biggest move off season for him.
No doubt. And they're using the transfer portal real, real well. And Tulane, the thing, they may not have the biggest fan base. They're a private school, but they got some money. And, they've stepped up as far as that goes.
Okay, you can't see the screen, but one of our viewers, Brooks, riding down I-65, and he just sent this. It is a black van with Vanderbilt logos on it, including basketball, football, and baseball, and he is the Vandy Whistler.
Oh, wow.
Who is on his way to town in that
the
black
Vandy
van.
Whistler likes attention?
I think that's a fair, safe assumption.
Yeah, so there is the van, the Vandy Whistler, in the rain, driving down 65, heading for the Hoover Met. So it's, you look back at
it's the late night game tomorrow, so it could be a late one. I feel like my cover's totally blown, so I'm gonna have to come up with something.
Well, all the great fights had a rematch, a 2.0.
I don't feel like it's near over. The people want more, and people are fed up with it. The joke last year was no one's ever been able to unite the SEC except for me going against the Vandy Whistler because of how much everybody, all these bitter rivals, everyone agrees that he sucks and it's hard to be around. And so, I think the people want more.
So you are a super fan for Ole Miss. Coaches meeting next week in Destin, and we were talking about whether or not they will announce a 9-game schedule. But once they do that, if that does go in stone, then you're going to have 3 permanent playing partners. For Ole Miss, who are the 3 you would want to see?
Obviously Mississippi State, that can't ever go away. Got to keep LSU because, just so much tradition with that going back forever. So those 2 are must. The third one, you got to keep together the greatest rivalry in the SEC, Ole Miss Vandy. Why not?
Yeah, I'm sure
Vandy is the third one, get State, LSU, and Vandy.
No, it is kind of funny because really outside of those first 2, and I think those are obvious for Ole Miss, and both Mississippi State and LSU, but I don't think there's a third obvious.
Yeah, but see what we do when you start doing this, that does seem like that's obvious for Ole Miss, LSU. But now do LSU.
Everybody has LSU.
Yeah.
No, I know the LSU one. The thing with LSU that's funny is
it's like
they're
Georgia.
rivals to everyone. You could argue A&M goes back because they used to play A&M back in the 70s, 80s. They played every year, the opener forever, so they got history with them. And plus, they both recruit Houston. And then Arkansas has kind of become something. LSU Auburn, I'm sure y'all see it. That's super heated. Bama, the LSU Florida every year. It just never ends with them.
Yeah.
Ole Miss, too.
So it's hard to do 3 for LSU. It's easy for Ole Miss and LSU, but I can't sit. Nick Saban was outspoken about the 3 that leaked that they could have, but Auburn and Tennessee seem automatic. You throw LSU in there.
Yeah, you can't. That would be, yeah.
It's been the most watched SEC game most of the time since Saban's been in Tuscaloosa, right?
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. Bama's certainly gotten the best of them.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky because again, not only is LSU really difficult to narrow theirs down, but Georgia. Everybody's a rival with Georgia.
Yeah, Tennessee, South Carolina,
Auburn.
Yeah, Auburn's South's oldest rivalry. So Auburn's got to play Georgia and Bama no matter what. They get they already do anyway, but they get the brutal end of that.
You didn't mention Florida. Like, I would say Auburn and Florida are their top two, and then you got to figure out the other one.
Yeah. And then South Carolina, Tennessee's that kind of a thing too. And Kentucky's right there. I mean, that's a thing too.
Yeah. I would not want to be in charge of that.
Yeah. Well, you just let the TV partners end up doing it. So when
I do like that it's rotating more though, because like for example, Ole Miss hadn't been to Athens since 2007, and they're going this fall.
Hey, Chris Lowe told us today that Georgia's never played at College Station. They've never been on Kyle Field.
Yeah, I really hope it'll rotate more. I think that'll be good. And then also with the way that the playoffs heading to 12 teams, I mean, even with the 9-game schedule, I think, if you go 9-3 in the SEC, I mean, you're going to be right at that 9, 10, 11, 12 spot. So, I mean, the 9-game schedule, a loss isn't the death knell it used to be.
Yeah.
A lot of people asking when you get out to the Met, what are some of your favorite things to do this week? Obviously, other than watching the game, what do you do all week long in Hoover for the SEC tournament?
So my friends, I'm from Monroe, Louisiana, and my high school friends always have a tailgate with the tent, like out in the left field wall, and so they brought a bunch of boudin and sausage and all kinds of good food. So I'm going to go out there and eat their free food. It's one of my favorite things I'm going to do.
Do you
but
go
I
out
had
in
fun
town?
at the little kids thing. Like last year, I mean, I was hitting in the batting cage. They had that indoor thing. I mean, I went around, I got in the batting cage, did all kinds of stuff. I'll probably go mess around with some of that stuff. And, I just enjoy being around college baseball. I think it's the most underrated sport. I've thought that for a long time. I mean, pro baseball to me, I mean, I know they're so good, but it's almost like boring because they're so good. And college baseball with the metal bats and the fact you'll see some errors and the games are unpredictable, it's just a fun product. And especially, seeing the growth, something we talked about at dinner last night. I mean, it used to be they gave these tickets away. Tonight with Bama and Auburn, I mean, it's going to be a Tuesday night. It's going to be popping in there.
It's the highest demand we've ever had for an SEC baseball tournament in Birmingham.
Is that what
the ticket is? Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, it's a crazy ticket, and I've always said that one of the reasons the lack of popularity for college baseball is the inability to gamble on it. Brad Bohannon taught me that you can actually gamble on college baseball during the regular season, and you've been doing it for a couple of years now.
Yeah, and the thing with college baseball gambling, through trial and error, we figured this out. I had a just horrendous 2021 where I got laughed at. I had like a run in Omaha. I was like 2-9 or something, and it became like the joke at Barstool. The whole world faded me, but I figured out my strategy was wrong. The beauty of college baseball is no one knows what the hell is going to happen with metal bats. And I think the thing I found is that the lines are priced too heavily toward the favorites. And so, I mean, I just take the plus signs, give me the plus 160, plus 180 all day, and, you go 1-1, you're making money. You go 1-2, you're breaking even.
Right.
And so that's kind of my style. I think the thing that burns people in college baseball, man, you don't want to lay this 220, 250, 300. If you do like a favorite, lay the 1.5, lay the 2.5, because it's higher scoring games. Pro baseball, it's 3-2, it's 2-1. These college games get a little wilder, so you can lay the run lines on more.
Out of time here. 10-second answer. Hell State Sports 018 says, did concession stand sales go down at Ole Miss this year because you guys didn't throw as many drinks in the air?
I don't think so. I actually think that they did better this year because the ticket sales were actually better. Because what was crazy about the last year's season was because it was weird. They fell off mid in the year, and there was some apathy during the middle of the season before the hot run. This year, they sold everything out to heck before the year because they won the title.
I think he was joking that y'all sucked. But
we
as a
did.
Mississippi State
6-24 in SEC is not very good.
Ben Mintz, Mincy, in studio for the hour. That's the show today. We're back with you tomorrow, live again at 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.